We have 2 o'clock. We'll call this meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
And Chair Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Thank you.
Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, if we will stand. The flag of the state of New Mexico, be a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I will read the land acknowledgement. This Santa Fe County building is located on the traditional homelands of the Tewa people at the place known as Obe-Ka-Owenge White Shell Watering Place. We honor the land itself with all who have deep connections to the land. Santa Fe County is committed to being in relationship with the neighboring indigenous nations and all people who remain stewards of this land throughout generations. And now we have a moment of reflection. Devin Baldwin.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interests of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. We may be seated. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda as provided?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners, no, staff isn't recommending any recommended changes to the agenda as presented. Would just note for purposes of the minutes that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, October 7th, and the amended agenda in front of you now for approval was posted on Friday, October 10th at approximately 3:08 p.m., which is in excess of 72 hours as required by the Open Meetings Act in terms of the posting of that agenda and the beginning of today's meeting. Thank you, Chair Bustamante.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. I also understand that we have, for matters of public concern, before we approve the agenda, that there will not be anything added to the agenda for additional hearing of the AES issue, and I understand that there are people who've arrived in this interest. Attorney Boyd, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, Chair Bustamante. Commissioners, as you're aware, the recently concluded quasi-judicial hearing on the AES application for a conditional use permit consisted of many hours over several days of testimony from the applicants, parties withstanding, and members of the public. That meeting was duly noticed by publication, and you all, at the conclusion of that meeting, declined to hear any further closing argument or additional testimony, or for that matter, continued evidence gathering. As a result of that, and consistent with the board's general rules governing ex parte communications, the board is prohibited from initiating or considering ex parte communications with any of the parties to that proceeding, and that includes members of the public who may have participated and testified on August 12th. So, insofar as any member of the public is here today to give a statement during matters of public concern about that application, my advice to you all is that you cannot consider those statements, and I would recommend that the board chair exercise her authority over these proceedings to preclude anyone from offering comments after the conclusion of the hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Boyd. With that, do we have a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
Also move.
We have a motion to approve the agenda from Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda carries. On to public matters of public concern as stated, and I have a list of folks who have signed in to speak. We will not be hearing any issues of public concern regarding the AES issue. Everything was heard on the 12th of August, okay? So with that, anyone who is in the chambers wanting to speak for issues of public concern, please approach the microphone. And how many do we have online, Daniel?
Chair Bustamante, we did have 4 people sign up to speak online. However, I only see 1 person online.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please approach the microphone.
Chair Bustamante, would you like a 3-minute timer?
3-minute timer, please.
Point of clarity, though. AES.
Okay,
Could I
I'm sorry,
have
we are
n-
not hearing anything
Could I
about
have
AES
new
today.
information?
We don't have anything that we are
How
hearing
do I
today.
submit that?
You will have an opportunity to submit that after we're done to the next judicial who will listen to this. But thank you. Anyone want to speak under issues of public concern that are not related to the AES?
No, ma'am, not to the ADS.
Thank you. You might want to pull the microphone closer. Yeah, thanks.
I'm tall, but I'm not dark and handsome, so we're trying here. All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I appreciate this open forum to address some serious concerns regarding business and commerce within the Galisteo overlay. My name is Sean Sohn, and I've recently returned to Galisteo, New Mexico, where I was raised, being born in Santa Fe. As we say in the U.S. Army 75th Ranger Regiment, in which I served, I've been around the world and back again. I'm a graduate of UNM, completing a Bachelor's of International Studies and hold a Master's from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. in Project Management. I have come home to care for my late grandmother's farm, now my mother's, and hopefully one day mine, my own if I can save it, there on the main street Villa La Puente in Galisteo. Upon my return, I have come to find out a very harsh and frigid environment when it comes to any type of commerce in Galisteo, including businesses. I would like to draw your attention to the document Galisteo Overlay Community District Overlay 9.15. In 2015, a small group of 11 residents decided to install the Galisteo Overlay, in which they outlawed an estimated 90% of businesses or made the process for conditional use overly arduous and to an extreme that it renders getting a permit almost impossible. Metaphorically put, they didn't outlaw horses, just made it impossible to get hay for them to eat. The vision was as follows, and I quote, "In the future, Galisteo will be a place that continues to preserve its distinct character as historically significant settlement in the Galisteo Basin while promoting strong land, water, and energy conservation ethic. The village will continue to be a place where its history and shared values are honored, and future generations can afford to stay and raise their families. The community will take steps to establish itself as a model of sustainability within the Galisteo Basin by implementing effective conservation measures of the land, as well as the natural, cultural, and historic resources, and encourage community input and regional cooperation. I would like to draw your attention to this segment, and future generations can afford to stay and raise their families. This is in full contradiction to what happened in that the vast majorities of business and commerce have been outlawed. Frankly, it appears from one side that it was cherry-picked to serve the self-interest of a select few. If I wanted to open a landscaping business, an electrician business, a plumbing business, or an animal hospital to save injured animals, it is forbidden, as well as many other businesses that would serve the community in Santa Fe County as a whole, not just in taxes lost, but in services and community support. It has been 10 years since this was written into law, and the effects are felt deeply as none of the youth remain in Galisteo. How could they if they are unable to sustain themselves or their families, as this was written and promised in the vision? During my childhood from 1990 to 2008, Galisteo was a vibrant place full of very talented people, all with unique skills that came together in tight cohesion to support each other and were able to support themselves. This is no longer the case. It has become a dying village with no vitality to grow. We either grow or die. Most of the select few that decided this overlay are not native to New Mexico or Galisteo in general. A lot of them have moved out of the village or passed on. The money comes from outside, as well as the values that are in contradiction to the vision they put forth themselves.
Thank you.
Can I finish my speech, please?
How much more do you have?
I have a page and a half left.
I don't, we have a 3-minute timer. Is there anyone else in the chambers who is wanting to speak? Okay, we have a 3-minute limit on that. We'll go ahead and we'll listen to it.
Thank
There are
you.
only. Go ahead.
Money comes from outside as well as values that are in contradiction to the vision they put forth themselves. In my opinion, it was cherry-picked to serve only those with wealth and their self-serving interests and not consider those that need to provide for their families and the long legacy of families that have been there for generations. It is my request that the foundational principles of our United States be reinstated so the village can thrive once again, to bring back the spirit of entrepreneurship that is the backbone of the American economy, allowing for innovation and the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that has been restricted due to this overlay. It is my hope and goal that this overlay can be reworked with reasonable restrictions and not the severity of which it is in its current form. The village has changed and will wither away as many other small towns and villages in New Mexico already have. We experience immense brain drain in New Mexico, and this is in the flesh example as to why. No one can sustain to provide for themselves and their families. Further, the lack of high-paying jobs are scarce in Santa Fe and New Mexico in general. This overlay in its entirety outlaws the possibility to use our private property to support ourselves. We live in a new and different times than we did in 2015, and we must adapt to these changes. I would have been front and center to oppose this overlay and would have done all I could to stop it from happening. I could not during this process. I was serving in the U.S. Army. It has become my goal to open free enterprise in Galisteo. If we do not change, many of us will not return and will have to seek out-of-state opportunities to care for our families and ourselves, whether it be north to Colorado, east to Texas, west to Arizona, or elsewhere in the United States.
Thank you.
Thank you all respectfully.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak in front of you. My name is Francesca Orofino, and I'm a resident of Rio and Medio. And with my friends and neighbors, Michaela Buehler and Miles Conway, we have funded a group called the Friends of the Rio and Medio Trail. And I'm here today to speak about the possibly reopening of the trail, which is, public. And we are hoping to possibly come to an agreement to open this trail that is being closed since 2022. And we have some funds to do the flood remediation, but we are in conflict because we have some problems about finding a solution to a parking that is feasible to the neighboring people and public. And so I am here to bring this issue to your attention and hoping that we could find a solution to this problem. I'm a healthcare provider, and so I always enhance the importance of exercising. And I've been protecting this trail since 2000, technically, when I moved to Rio Medio. It's been almost 3 decades that I've been hiking the trail, and when I found some property there to live, I took the occasion to move there. So thank you for listening to me, and hope you can bring this to the attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Not AES specific. My name is Dave Gregorio. Apply it as you like. Just a reminder that under Santa Fe County Land Development Code, Section 448 and 449, the Commission has the authority, and I would argue the duty, to revisit and rescind quasi-judicial decisions when new material evidence arises. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, not hearing anyone else. Do we have someone online?
Chair Bustamante, we have Chris Michelle's online.
Thank you. Mr. Michels.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, okay. Oh, Madam Chair and members of the commission, I'm going to speak to you today about this ongoing issue with the Fiesta. You got like 3 items on your agenda today that deal with the Fiesta. And one of them is, and I hope is a great learning opportunity for you, is you approved the minutes from the 9 September minutes. in which you moved the, unwisely, I would say, moved the closed meeting piece up to the front of your agenda, which I don't believe you can legally do, to discuss secretly what was going on with the Fiesta events. I think that was very unwise. In fact, it was very illegal. As far as I can tell, looking at that minutes, you had 2 OMA violations, 1 violation of rules of order. You also had a conflict of interest by one of the parties. So I think it seems from the minutes that none of you, that the BCC and your attorney have read and understand the Open Meetings Act and the rules of order or the code of conflict. This might be an opportunity to take those minutes, sit down with them and with the law, and for the first time, get on board with the law, because I think you're violating the law on a continual basis. The only one who showed halfway well in the minutes of the 9th is Hank Hughes, who voted against it. I suggest that he also should have spoken against it, which might have carried the day. 2 other items that relate to the Fiesta. You're bringing up an ordinance. Looking to that ordinance, that seems to me very unwise. It shouldn't be an ordinance, and it probably is totally unnecessary. I suggest you cancel that ordinance. If you're going to do that at all, it probably should be in the nature of a resolution. Again, the board and the attorney seem unclear about when you use an ordinance and when you don't. I suggest you revisit that. The other thing which comes up repeatedly concerning the Fiesta is you have another item in your closed meeting concerning the advice you got from counsel concerning the events of that Fiesta controversy. That should be open. It should not be closed. You've had a history of like 3 closed meetings where you cut out the public and go off in secret and talk about the Fiesta events. I see no reason that should be secret outside of the fact that none of you want to appear ignorant. I see no legal issue whatsoever that supports what you're doing. Matter of fact, I think you tend to overuse that closed meeting because it preserves the reputation of the BCC and the attorney. Please look at this. I think it's a real opportunity to learn from this mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. Next.
Chair Bustamante, there are no more speakers online.
No more speakers online. No one else in the chambers. We will go back to the agenda under, let's see, we are now at approval of meeting minutes. Do we have any questions, issues, or concerns regarding this September 9th Board of County Commission meeting minutes? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
We have a motion to approve the minutes by Commissioner Johnson. Do we have a second?
I second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
The minutes have been approved. Consideration of Commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other items. Item A, request approval of a proclamation proclaiming the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Commissioner Kakari Stone and Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, other commission members. I'm honored to introduce this with Commissioner Hank Hughes. I'd like to invite our elder Kathy Sanchez and Dr. Corrine Sanchez to come forth to the mic as part of the proclamation. And as they're getting settled, I just wanted to make a few comments, but first invite Commissioner Hughes to start off. Thank you.
Well, I very simply want to say we are so lucky to live in partnership with the indigenous people in New Mexico. I come from Pennsylvania, where that's not the case. And so I just really appreciate that we're proclaiming October, first Monday, second Monday, as October Indigenous Peoples' Day, and that we have actually indigenous people living among us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I know any one of us, and I know Commissioner Green lives in an area that embodies sovereign lands. We know you've been busy with some other outside activities, so we did move forward without you, and it's not a slide, just so you know. First of all, I want to introduce Elder Kathy Sanchez, who founded in 1989 the work and the organization of Tewa Women United. Mrs. Sanchez has rallied convocations, testimonies, and many community members across many pueblos and tribal and sovereign communities in New Mexico, especially in the north. She is an educator and a teacher. She created the Butterfly Model two-world approach of education and cultural learning around world harmony. She and her daughter, Dr. Corinne Sanchez, have implemented, and I know many people who've experienced the Trauma Rocks ceremony that heals from trauma and really roots us in Mother Earth. Dr. Sanchez is a dear, I've followed her work for years as well, and has gotten her doctorate from Arizona.
Okay, thank you for your help.
And a master's in public policy.
Oh, how do I do that?
We apologize for the echo. I'll wait a minute. Seems like it's gone. And has done extensive work most of her lifetime around sexual assault intervention and prevention. So our two guests will speak and then read the proclamation, but I just want to mention why this is so important, especially now, reiterating Commissioner Hughes's comments. We have a trend happening nationally that wants to erase our indigenous and people of colors and many histories in the United States. This is not intended to be Columbus Day. It is intended to honor the deep roots of our first Americans and to honor tribal sovereignty. And what is important, what we're doing here today, is to move towards models of decolonized democracy. And I want to especially say it's an honor to center Indigenous women at this point of our time together. They carry languages, stories, and healing traditions for our generations to come. They also promote intergenerational stewardship. Many Indigenous policies and Indigenous ways of knowing teach us how we can move forward to be responsible leaders and elected officials. So moving forward, I'd like to recognize Chair. Do we go ahead and read, then vote, and get comments from the commissioners, or get comments now?
I think it's up to you. It's completely up to you.
Well, after Dr. Sanchez and Mrs. Sanchez speak, let's go ahead and read the proclamation and then get comments from the commissioners, and then we'll move to vote. Thank you so much. It's yours.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm very humbled and honored to be in front of you, commissioners, and the step forward that you're taking with your proclamations and stuff, but I'll stay in Tewa first and let my daughter translate it. Oh. Tampet, Pimpe, Akompet, somebody da, Kiribo, Quaribo, Nugebo, no Hovia, no home, Bipombe, and we haunt with it. He won't do Horibipuri, Mike, kind, Namonate, Ovid, O wine, and Bonine, Waho, Akit, O Avintawaba, the Aimo, Abaho, with Kaget Nami. He what when a tie, Kaget Mari, he's seeking Mari, how he want a Puri, Puri, Gihonel, a got my good da.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. It is great to be in your presence, to hear the voices of our community members, and to be present here. As we recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, and thank you for the reflection on the work of Tewa Women United. I know that we've been in existence for over 35 years, committed to the continued conversations, reflections, actions together around how do we center Native women and girls and Na'ochokuyo, our Mother Earth, And so my mother just gave words to that you be guided, that we all be guided here with our minds, our hearts, our bodies, and our spirits, so that we continue to listen to our ancestors, that we continue to listen and reflect on the ecosystem that surrounds us, the gifts of Mother Earth, and the ways that we look towards healing and reconciliation. So today we are here in this space. Oftentimes it seems that we're at contradictions around what unfolds in government and what unfolds in our personal lives. And so to know, as you as commissioners are tasked with holding the multiple voices that community brings forward. And so our work at Te Women United has been, how do we weave together multiple movements from environmental justice, reproductive justice, gender justice, and healing justice? Because parts of this world have been how violence and abuse continues in the stream of our histories, right, her stories. And so part of our work is how do we, as community here, gather together, reconcile all of those contradictions, and how we move forward in healing, not around erasure, not around forgetting, but how do we lean into each of our histories, her stories, and how do we continue to pull together as community? So we're in a very trying time. We're in a very trying time here in this country. And so the recognition of all our multiplicities, all our identities, honoring the body sovereignty of all peoples, and how do we continue to work together as community to do that? And so a small part of this is this proclamation around the recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day, but to know that there, each and every day is a recognition of all our peoples, wherever we come from, whoever our ancestors are, that we listen to those and that we work through and talk through the contradictions of violence and control. And how do we heal in our individual lives as well as our families and our communities onto our governance, and how do we hold that governance for all peoples? So we're honored to be here today as a small voice in this collective voice of our community to recognize and receive this recognition as Indigenous Peoples Day, and to stand before you humbly and to say that we, as Indigenous women, hope that we recognize each and every person and peoples that come before here in their sovereignty and in their voice, in their commitment to their communities. So I will read the proclamation. All right. Santa Fe County Proclamation, proclaiming the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples Day, introduced by Commissioner Lisa Kokari-Stone and Commissioner Hank Hughes. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on the Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and whereas in September of 2017, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County adopted a proclamation declaring the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day in Santa Fe County, and whereas the county has within its boundaries 8 sovereign pueblos: Santa Clara, San Ildefonso, Nambe, Powaki, Tesuque, Cochiti, Santo Domingo, and San Felipe. And whereas the county acknowledges that Indigenous people from throughout the Americas reside within the county's boundaries, creating a unique opportunity for all peoples to share their living culture. And whereas we acknowledge the Indigenous roots and peoples of Santa Fe County and New Mexico and the cultural and familial ties that connect us all. And whereas we acknowledge our shared existence as neighbors and honor generational relationships, and commit to building a shared culture of respect and kinship with our Pueblo relatives. And whereas the county recognizes the primary languages of the Pueblos within the boundaries include Keres and Tewa, which continues to be spoken and taught. And whereas the county honors the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous peoples' regenerative agricultural stewardship technology, science, philosophy, art, language, and deep cultural traditions that considerably shape the cultural fabric of northern New Mexico and Santa Fe County. And whereas Indigenous women here in Santa Fe County across our Pueblo nations have long served as culture bearers, language and knowledge keepers, and community leaders advancing governance, education, and environmental stewardship. Through their leadership, they promote intergenerational healing practices, sustain community well-being, resilience, and continuity of life ways, thereby strengthening Santa Fe County's present and future. And whereas the county commits to honoring the role of tribal leadership in advancing inclusive policies that safeguard the future of generations to come, reinforcing our shared responsibility to govern with justice, respect, and recognition of the first peoples of this land. And whereas the county affirms the tribal sovereignty and governance are essential to a decolonized democracy in Santa Fe County, and acknowledges the responsibility of maintaining respectful and meaningful intergovernmental decision-making processes that protect natural resources, language, and culture, and to collaborate on transportation, law enforcement, fire mitigation, and open space management. And whereas the county has collaborated with tribal governments regarding cleanup efforts for legacy waste at Los Alamos National Laboratory and providing waste solutions at the Tesuque Transfer Station, and whereas the county and neighboring tribes finalized the Admont Water Rights Settlement, which resulted in settlement agreements with Nambe, Tesuque, Powaki, and San Ildefonso Pueblos, and the construction of the Powaki Basin Regional Water System. And whereas this designated day was once observed as Columbus Day, the county now honors Indigenous peoples and observes the day by closing all administrative offices. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day offers our community an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing struggles of Indigenous peoples and to celebrate the resiliency in maintaining thriving cultures and values that enrich Santa Fe County. And whereas the county encourages residents, businesses, organizations, and public institutions to celebrate and honor Indigenous Peoples Day and to continue strengthening relationships with sovereign tribal nations within and neighboring Santa Fe County. Now, therefore, it be resolved that we, the Board of the County of Commissioners, be hereby proclaim the second Monday of October as Indigenous Peoples Day.
Omateo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will start with Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioners Kakari Stone and Hughes, for bringing this forward, and thank you to both of you for coming and sharing your words. There was a lot of wisdom in what you said, Dr. Chavez, and I want to thank you for saying it. It's important that we honor Indigenous peoples, not just in our county, but all over the world. Their rich knowledge traditions, things that we can learn from them, and tribal sovereignty. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Dr. Sanchez. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for being here and in general for leading the charge for equity within the tribes here. It's women play a really key role in stewarding the land, and sometimes we forget to include them. And I think that you've done a great job of bringing that awareness and passing the torch to great generations as mothers, as sisters, as grandmothers, and those in that role. So Tewa Women United is a great organization. So thank you for being a part of that. I love this proclamation. I think there's, a lot that we do together already, and there's always more that we can do together. And so things that we've done is, we've worked with Tesuque Pueblo. Jen Labar Tapia was the person who brought the idea of converting Camel Rock Casino into Camel Rock Studios as an idea. And so that was Santa Fe County and the film office coming to Tesuque Pueblo and saying, why don't you try film? And look at how successful that is. It's a great example of that. We did not mention Picaris in this as having a presence in Santa Fe County, but they do own the Hotel Santa Fe, and so there is some sovereign land in there. So if you'd be willing to add Picaris into this resolution at some point, I think they would probably appreciate it, and so would I. I'm honored with my district to have five tribes represented, 4 in their entirety and 1 with just a small fraction, but it is great to have them and to represent them, and I'm honored to be the representative for them. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for bringing this forward, commissioners, and I will vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I just want to add, I really appreciated hearing from you today and what you had to say. It was very meaningful, and so I appreciate you coming and speaking to us.
And would you like to say something? Can go now? Okay, thank you. Well, I know Dr. Corinne Sanchez and Kathy Sanchez was an influence when I left Los Alamos National Laboratory in the year 2000, shortly after my father had passed from leukemia, and I learned that it was as a result of a dose reconstruction. And I have followed the work because I left that place to work with an entity that said, you have to know who Tewa Women United are. And that's when it all made sense on what matters to me. I have to apologize because it's been a long era of admiration. Mm-hmm. And even though Corinne won't accept my friend request on Facebook, now
I don't accept many.
I have been so grateful for your work. I have been to many, many, many a conversation. I do not have Tewa blood. My 4th not even, she was late 1700s. My great-grandmother is Kiris. And in the church records, it says Keres-san, with a Q-U-E-R-E-S. And then I came later, I said Keres to someone in Santo Domingo, and they said, we don't speak Spanish, it's Kiris. And I'm like, good, okay, we're good. But that is my great-great-grandmother. And one thing that I want to share when we talk about the role of women, and when I was the chair of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, and we had several hundred people, just short of 200 actually, maybe more, who were talking about the statues and taking down Oñate and what are we going to do with the Vargas. And someone said, but we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. And I sincerely beg to differ. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our mothers and our grandmothers and the farmers and the women and those who nurtured the land and the families. So anyone who talks about why we set up statues to people who have been militant and fought and fought and fought, I am so grateful to those of you and who continue to work for peace, as I know Dr. Sanchez has, and who have not fought, but prayed in their work as a form of prayer to bringing peace to our communities, to bringing peace to the hearts of men who want to work away from, and I hate to say the toxic male, it's all of a sudden DC's doing all kinds of stuff. And my gratitude for the work that you've done, we would not be here if it were not for the mothers and the grandmothers. I would not be here in the role that I'm in and all that I've done without your inspiration, and I say that sincerely from the bottom of my heart. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. With that, Chair, Commissioners, I make a motion to approve the Santa Fe County Proclamation, claiming this and naming this as Indigenous Peoples Day.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone.
And I second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
And I'd appreciate if we could take this moment to take a photo with permission from the elder Kathy Sanchez. And it looks like if you want to have any final words.
I'm very touched and moved and humbled by your proclamation and your ability to think from mind, heart, and spirit, move to heartfelt connections of who you are and what you do and the task you take on as commissioners. It's very hard during this trying times, but thank you for being so well centered in the intent of promoting wellness for all peoples of all cultures in your circles of influence. And I think the word that comes to mind is there's been a lot of repatriation, but we're promoting rematriation.
Thank you.
So just a thought and how you approach male-female interactions together as both are needed in a real heart-centered way to get things moving in a good centered way for all peoples, all cultures, and all life, all animals, all plants. They're all here, and the healing waters that we need to also protect in our land, and the toxicity that is amongst us, and what we need to do in unity to promote the wellness of all, and no one is left behind or left out. So good, Tawoha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And may we have permissions to take a photo with the two of you?
Yes.
Is that okay?
I said I have gifts for you. I didn't know if that was appropriate. But I want to leave with, we're blessed to be on Naochokuyo. She's a sphere. So today we're recognizing and honoring Indigenous peoples. But because we're on a sphere, no matter where you find yourselves in this world, that you are also the center. So to recognize that today is a day for Indigenous peoples, but we have many, many days for many, many peoples. And we need to recognize and honor that, that our community is made up of a beautiful diversity. And we may not always agree, but we also have to move in ways that would help the future generations to come. So just know that we recognize that this is an Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation, but we know that we wouldn't be here either without our brothers and sisters and relatives from all different communities that stand with us on a number of issues that our communities face, and that we're always working towards the healing for all generations to come. So, good Tawoha, thank you all. We appreciate this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the affirmations. Thank you.
So we should take a picture?
Maybe we could join you over there for the elder if you don't have to come forward. I don't know if if there's a way to take a photo that way. Thank you. I need that.
Thank you very much. On to our next proclamation, requesting approval of proclamation proclaiming October 14th as Rancho de Chimayo Day. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to share the stage here with our Deputy County Manager, Leandro Cordova, who can give a little bit of history, even much more in depth than I could ever, regarding Rancho de Chimayo and the life of Florence Jaramillo. Sadly, we lost her just, not even a month ago, and so this is really tragic that she didn't get to celebrate the 60th anniversary, but I think she was celebrating, and she's probably up there dancing with us right now. So, Leandro, if you would like to say a few words, and when you're ready, we'll start the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Green, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share in this with you. My first job was with Robert Redford in the Milagro Beanfield War. My second job was at the Rancho de Chimayo for Mrs. J. I washed dishes, I bussed tables, I waited tables, I did just about a little bit of everything, and I learned how to work from that woman. She's the hardest working person I think I ever met. And as years went on, and I continued to see her working every chance she got, it just reaffirmed that I had the opportunity, a great opportunity to work for someone so amazing. The Rancho de Chimayo, besides its 60 years there, has been a part of my life. Besides my first job, that's where my wife and I had our wedding reception when we got married. So and that's where we celebrate quite a few everythings, anniversaries, birthdays. It's just about the perfect place for us to go and be close to home. So thank you for that opportunity. I'm going to get started reading.
Please.
All right. So Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming October 14th, 2025 as Rancho de Chimayo Day in honor of the 60th anniversary of the Rancho de Chimayo and in celebration of the life and legacy of Florence Jaramillo. Whereas Rancho de Chimayo first opened its doors in October of 1965 and has for 60 years stood as a beloved gathering place where community, tradition, and hospitality have flourished. And whereas Rancho de Chimayo has preserved and celebrated the unique flavors, culture, and history of northern New Mexico, becoming a destination that welcomes visitors from across the world while remaining deeply rooted in its community. And whereas Florence Jaramillo, or Mrs. J, co-founder and matriarch of the Rancho de Chimayo, dedicated her life to sharing the rich culinary and cultural heritage of Chimayo, ensuring that generations would know and experience the beauty of New Mexican tradition. And
whereas, through her vision, hard work, and generosity, Florence created not only a thriving family business, but also a cultural treasure recognized nationally, including the James Beard Foundation American Classics Award. And whereas, Florence's recent passing marks the loss of an extraordinary woman whose legacy of service, hospitality, and love of her community will continue to inspire for years to come. And whereas the people of Santa Fe County and the state of New Mexico wish to honor both the milestone of the 60th anniversary of the Rancho de Chimayo and the remarkable life of Florence Jaramillo, whose impact will never be forgotten. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of Santa Fe County Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the 14th of October, 2025 as Rancho de Chimayo Day. I will make a motion now and say something as well afterwards. So a motion to approve this proclamation.
Second.
There's a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Do we have any statements from the commission? Commissioner Kakar-Stone, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson?
I'll go first. Thank you, Commissioner Green. I didn't know Mrs. J, but I had heard of her legacy and impact on this community, and so I regret the fact that I was never able to meet her, but I appreciate when people really do change and shape the path of our lives, like Deputy Manager Cordova shared. So thanks, Leandro.
Thank you for sponsoring this, Commissioner Green and Leandro. I did go back and looked for you in Milagro Beanfield War, and you were the little boy. I just had to say that, sorry. But it is by no accident, I think it's by design, that today we're honoring women who are forces, not in just our personal lives, but in our community, in this world, and who have taught us a lot about hard work, keeping traditions alive, and being decent people, showing dignity and respect. So thank you.
Thank you. I too want to thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner. The one thing that I do know, and I knew Mrs. J, that for this anniversary, and she wasn't doing well, but she insisted on a celebration. And she insisted that they have the anniversary celebration. And I find that honorable, because what she's doing is she's recognizing that she created a legacy. And we're moving forward because we know we can get some really good red chili from that place. And there's not a margarita in that place that won't do the trick. It's delicious. But I don't do those tricks anymore. So I'm super grateful, but thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Well, I just want to say I've enjoyed eating at Rancho de Chimio for the last 38 years that I've been here. It's a pleasure. And I never knew that much of the history of it, but I appreciate knowing it now. And I certainly appreciate that it's going to continue. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Leandro, thank you for sharing this with me, but also thank you for sharing some of the history that, so early on in my tenure as a county commissioner, issues came up in Chimayo, including the fire at the old post office. And Mrs. J stepped up and offered her resources and her assets to try to fill that gap. She would throw everything at that community. And this is a legacy of somebody who wasn't born even in Chimayo and even in New Mexico. And yet she is literally the representation of everything wonderful about the North. So it is a great honor that she has shown to this community in her life and passion, but that the community has adopted her as the way they did. This Sunday, from 2 to 4, there is the 60th anniversary celebration. And so I encourage everybody that's in the room here and listening out there on the internets to go up there and get some of that red chili and come up there and celebrate. It's going to be an amazing celebration. We're going to laugh, we're going to cry, we're going to hear some more stories about the legacy of Rancho de Chimayo and Mrs. J. Thank you, everybody, for supporting this measure, and thank you, Leandro, for helping me with this. This is
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you, Ambra, for preparing this. So,
All right, thank you very much. On to item C, request, we did pass it. We voted and we passed. Item C, request approval of a letter from Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to the New Mexico Environment Department in support of the proposed Clean Transportation Fuel Program. We have Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson sponsoring this proposal.
Yeah, so the Environment Department is proposing regulations which will encourage people to use clean fuels over non-clean fuels. And they're having hearings now through November. And it's very complicated, but yet very simple. The cleaner the fuel, the more points you get. The dirtier the fuel, the debits you get. So it's sort of a market rate proposal, and I want to vote in support of it. Most people are in support of it, but there is some opposition from the fossil fuel industry, so we need to reflect our support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for looping me in on this letter. I want to note that this sort of credit swapping program does major benefits to our goals for having a green economy and preventing climate change at all costs. I want to, and this is quoting from the letter, from an economic standpoint, modeling shows that the Clean Transportation Fuel Program will generate a net benefit of $1.65 billion by 2040, with benefits outweighing costs at more than a 2-to-1 ratio. So this is not only good for the planet, good for our green economy, but is also good for our everyday economy. So I'm going to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a comment, Commissioner Kukarstone? No? Commissioner Green?
just to say thank you for bringing this forward. I think this is something that aligns with all of us up here, all five of us, and with our community standards. And so bringing a letter of support from Santa Fe County helps maybe push this over the finish line. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both sincerely in your commitment and following the commitment for clean energy across the board. So if we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the letter.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The letter will be submitted. Thank you very much. All right, on to our consent agenda. Are there any items in the consent agenda that anyone would like to see pulled for discussion?
I'll
Seeing
move to
none.
approve the consent agenda.
Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda from Commissioner Johnson.
I'll
I second it.
We have a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has been approved. I will take the read off of the resolution numbers, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. 5B is 2025-114, C 2025-115, D 2025-116, E 2025-117, F 2025-118, and G is 2025-119.
Okay, on to the appointments and reappointments. We have a request for appointment of a member to the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Council. Anne.
Hi, I'm Ann Wodarczyk from the Community Development Department, and I'm here to request an appointment of a new member to the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Council. This would fill the current District 1 vacancy. We had Anthony Moore resign in August, and I believe Commissioner Green reviewed the applications and identified Deborah Torres as a candidate, and we're here to request approval of Ms. Torres to fill the seat.
Thank you. Does anyone have any statements regarding the nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I brought forward Deborah Torres. She had applied earlier for the first round when we were establishing this about a year ago, and had recognized her tribal roots, and I was happy to bring her forward this time because I think that is a key aspect to the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Council to have Native representation on the council, and so I'm happy she wanted to take the spot. So happy to hear from other people, but I'll make the motion when it's time.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't personally know Ms. Torres, but looking at her qualifications, it seems like she brings a good balance of both the creative economy portion, but also the arts focus and an emphasis in cultural heritage. So I think she would be a good choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any further statements? We have a motion to approve of this.
Yes, ma'am.
From Commissioner Green. We have a second.
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
We have Deborah Torres now on the ACCE. Thank you. Okay, on to miscellaneous action items. Item A, requesting approval of agreement 2025-0055 with HomeWise in the amount of $424,500.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ruben Macias. I'm the Affordable Housing Administrator for Community Development. Today, we are requesting approval of agreement number 2025-055-CDD/TJ, that's a mouthful, with HomeWise Inc. to administer the county's HREE and CEED programs. The HREE and CED programs were established under Resolution 2024-062 to align housing and rehabilitation and energy efficiency initiatives with the county's broader goals around housing affordability, sustainability, and climate action. These programs assist low and moderate income homeowners, specifically those earning up to 100% of area median income, to complete critical home repairs and energy upgrades such as structural and safety improvements, installation of energy and efficient appliances and solar systems, and weatherization and utility cost reduction measures. In collaboration with the Purchasing Division, the department issued RFP number 2025-0055-CDD/TJ, seeking qualified organizations to administer these programs. Only one proposal was received, and that was from HomeWise, which is determined to be qualified and responsive. Under this agreement, HomeWise will conduct eligibility screenings, perform home energy audits, coordinate with contractors and homeowners, blend funding from the SEED and HRE rebates and tax credits, and manage reporting and compliance with the program standards. Funding of this contract is available through Developer Fees Fund. Together with the HREE and CEED programs are expected to reduce household utility burdens, improve housing and safety resilience, support local contractors and trades, and advance the county's greenhouse gas reduction and equity goals. Staff recommends board approval of the agreement with HomeWise to administer the home rehab and energy efficiency community energy efficiency development programs. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions along with Sustainability Manager Jacqueline Beam, who is online.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you. So so this is the administrative budget to manage this program. What is the actual budget that gets put into place over the course of this or in an annual typical year?
So we're budgeted for $835,000 from the SEED program, $2 million from the HREE program. That combined is $2.835 million that we're budgeted for.
So this works out to be about 5% of the, about 5% of this. So, okay, seems to be well within those sort of guidelines of 20%. Anyway, I'll do some math on the side, but
it's supposed to be a 4-year program, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's 4-year. Okay. So, and the total budget was about 2.4 million over 4 years or per year?
So it's over 4 years. 15% was budgeted for the first year. That's the 425,250 that we are requesting in this agreement.
Okay, and I love that we have a program to help folks that are a little less advantaged than the rest of us to take care of these issues and upgrade their houses. It aligns with our goals nicely. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I have just one question out of curiosity. So these often fix homes that are part of the affordable program. Were any of those houses built by HomeWise initially?
They could possibly have built, but it's for a county-wide initiative, so any unincorporated areas, and it's for anyone in those areas. It doesn't necessarily have to be an affordable home.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kakaris-Stone?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. Thank you, Mr. Macias. I'm just curious also, but a question around, have we evaluated who's the users of this program previously and what parts of which districts we see the highest users? Are we able to track that so that we're making parity in our impact?
That is a great question and a great recommendation. We can do that. We do see plenty of calls from the La Cienega area, which Councilor Bustamante has been privy to some due to flooding. And then we do see others from around the county, but we definitely can keep track of that for data purposes.
Thank you, and I want to invite you to join me for some cafecitos and community meetings, so we could possibly, I don't know if we have flyers, give this information, make sure District 2 folks, Agua Fria Village and others, Southside, know about this program and spread the word. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I just want to say I had some conversations with HomeWise about this program. It's a very worthwhile program. And so if you're ready for a motion, I make a motion to pass this.
I am ready for a motion, and Ruben, thank you very much for bringing it before us. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to, what are we doing? Request approval of agreement number 2025-055 CDD-TJ with HomeWise Incorporated.
We have a second?
I second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Kakaris-Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, item B, requesting approval of amendment number 8 to agreement number 2020-0001 CMO KE with Griffin and Associates Marketing, increasing compensation by $900,000 for a total contract sum of $5,698,995.50. Hi. Thank you, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Katonic, Marking Coordinator for Community Development Department. I am here before you requesting approval of Amendment Number 8 to Agreement Number 2020-0001 with Griffin and Associates, otherwise known or doing business as Sunny 505, to continue providing advertising and related promotional services in fiscal year 2026. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2014-143, the proposed increase in compensation requires approval by the Board of County Commissioners. To provide some background, tourism is a major economic driver in Santa Fe County, creating jobs and enhancing communities. And in 2024, Santa Fe County welcomed over 1 million visitors, representing more than 7.6 million visitor days combined. Visitors stayed an average of about 5 days and generated over $385 million in total spend. Santa Fe County and the northern New Mexico region are dependent on a tourism-based economy. To sustain this sector, it is vital to reinvest lodgers' tax dollars into marketing, advertising, and promotion. These investments directly correlate with increases in gross receipts tax revenue, growth in lodgers' tax collections, and support for the local hospitality, tourism, and lodging industries. In 2019, through a competitive request for proposals process, the County Finance Division awarded the professional service agreement for advertising and promotional services to Griffin and Associates Marketing. And agreement number 2020-0001 was executed, and subsequent amendments have continued this work. For fiscal year 2026, the agreement with Sunny 505 was budgeted at $900,000. This funding supports year-round marking across all 4 seasons, a target summer media blitz campaign, and adjustments for inflationary cost increases in advertising and promotional services. The current agreement expired on October 8th of 2025, and amendment number 8 will be to provide the final 1-year extension of the professional services agreement through June of 2026. The fiscal year 26 marking and advertising scope includes year-round marking efforts, as I mentioned, all aligned with the New Mexico Tourism Department's New Mexico True campaign, targeting of core markets, which is Texas, Colorado, California, Arizona, Oklahoma, and New Mexico, while pursuing new and emerging markets of Los Angeles and San Francisco, addressing significant media costs increases anywhere between 35% to 110% since the pandemic, and also working to advertise in niche travel publications such as Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler, LA Magazine, Texas Monthly, and Group Travel Tour publications. Services provided under the agreement include planning, development, and implementation of the marketing strategies, media buys, website development and maintenance, public relations, social media, creative design for digital print and video, and visitor data collection through the Datify data platform. And detailed information on the contract deliverables are attached in your Exhibit C. Funding is provided from the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Fund, line item the 215. And my recommended action today is to approve amendment number 8 to agreement number 2020-0001 with Griffin and Associates Marketing, doing business as Sunny 505, increasing compensation for the final year by $900,000 for a total contract sum of $5,678,995.50, inclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax, and delegate authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions? Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. It's a pleasure to see you in person, Ms. Katonic. I have a question around the investment we've been giving. Do we know the return on investment in terms of any data analytics and who we're reaching, any spikes or particular trends of who's coming?
Yes. So thank you so much for your question, Commissioner. So through our Datafy data platform that we subscribe to, we are able to look at trends, who's coming, when they're coming, and how the advertising and the attribution from our marketing ads are tied directly to visitor spend. For example, we did an advertising package with Outside Magazine that garnered visitation from all over the nation to Santa Fe County. It was a print ad, a digital ad, combined with advertorial, and through our advertorial, we were able to support our outdoor recreational efforts as well as those of the community, including some of our highlighted tourism attractions. And so it's nice to see that that advertising is already directly impacting our lodgers tax with the visitor spend, and through the platform, we're able to visualize and see that.
Thank you so much. And when New Mexico True came last and presented to us, I mentioned the other markets besides Texas and California, New York that we target, and Mexico is a market. And I noticed last week in the news, there was an agreement that the state of New Mexico put with the country of Mexico in terms of doing more intercultural and cultural tourism exchanges as well as educational exchanges. I'm wondering if we can consider that because it becomes more of a cultural exchange as well.
Yes. That's a very good question, and thank you so much for your comments, Commissioner. So the New Mexico Tourism Department and New Mexico Economic Development did open up an office in Mexico for economic development and tourism efforts. I believe that is the first step to providing an opening for the gateway for tourism. Initially, in the past, the New Mexico Tourism Department and New Mexico True had not ventured into international markets because of the spend. However, with the caveat now that in Route 66 Centennial, which is occurring now in 2026, they have tapped into international markets with advertising and marketing in the UK and in Germany. So my suspicion is that they will be looking at very closely at Mexico as a third market. And when they do so, they'll probably be spending their big budgets ahead, and then we can follow suit.
Thank you so much. And I want to correct myself. I said New York. It's not on the list. But also, I just want to make a case as we think about governance and our investment of our county residents' tax dollars. How do we promote not just transactional financial exchanges? In other words, we benefit economically, which is important, but how can we benefit with responsible tourism and education in tourism? And I don't see the New Mexico True and some of what I see marketed included in that, and I just want to put a plug that's so important.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Before I jump into that answer, I'd like to introduce my colleague here to the right, Dave Haydick with Sunny 505. He is one of our account representatives and our senior strategist. So some of the items or things that we are doing within the New Mexico True program is working on the educational component within our travel guide. What you will find in our travel guide is educational component for sustainable tourism and providing the reader or the viewer with a better understanding about our culture and our cultural resources. And so we try to implement that within our travel guide, within our website, our day itineraries, things of that nature, including social media.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kotanik. What accounts for the significant media cost increase since the pandemic, stated in the memo as 35 to 120% increase?
Well, that's an interesting question. What we noticed, especially within our niche publications, is that the cost increased and it never came down. There is a high demand for travel and for travelers and dollars, and so they figure that they can charge and ask for what they want because they're a niche publication. So our unique traveler in Santa Fe County, we do support many luxury lodging properties within the county. We also support bed and breakfast inns, RV parks, short-term rentals, things of that nature. But in the sense of the niche publications, they just have not decreased in cost. And those are the publications that travelers do look at, where you're looking at Reader's Choice Awards, the best of the best. Santa Fe has been named within Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler as one of the best places to be in the U.S. and around the world. Our lodging properties, Bishop's Lodge Auberge Resorts Collection, Four Seasons Resort Rancho Encantado Santa Fe, they were listed as the best resorts within the Southwest. So with that caveat that these are niche publications and they continue to ask for the high dollar, and because of the market and the fight for tourism dollars, it just doesn't decrease. So advertising in these niche publications where we know that we can garner visitation from the reader, that they're going to plan their trip, they're going to come to Santa Fe County, that is my interest, and that is why we advertise in some of these niche publications. Outside Magazine is a prime example of that.
All right, thank you for that. That's helpful to understand. Is the original contract with Sunny 505 started in 2019, is that right?
That is correct.
So this will be extending it for the 7th year, is that correct? Sorry, I had to do the math too.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kotanik. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Lisa, and thanks for the team over at Sunny 505. At some point, maybe not now, would love to understand how this collaborates not only upstream to the state with like the New Mexico True campaign, but also I would say sideways and downstream to the city and to our regional partners. For instance, Route 66 comes through Santa Fe County, but also goes through Albuquerque. And so is there a road trip, that we can collaborate to sort of get at least a part of those dollars when people want to come through Santa Fe? And same thing for, collaborating with folks up in Rio Arriba County and to say that, or Espanola, to make sure that that we're getting to the fringes of and collaborating with our partners out there. Also, just hoping that we can start to accentuate some of the newer opportunities out there, some of the newer events that fill gaps in our calendar. So, for instance, I love Swaya and Indian Market, but there's only so many hotel rooms available in Santa Fe, and there's only so much, you can't sell 110% of hotel rooms, but you can sell 50 to 70% in a low season. And so when we're having one of those banner ski seasons, maybe there's a way to amp up those low season sales so that we can really take advantage of that. And make sure that we, maximize those dollars. And then lastly, an opportunity to sort of work, strategically. So we talk about outdoor recreation and advertising to things, to industries that we really want to support. But I'm going to give you another aspect of this. Imagine if we started advertising to folks that are getting out of medical schools in regions that have medical schools, that we could, instead of actually doing quote unquote tourist dollars, even though it is tourism, but to start to get doctors and medical workers that might want to vacation here and say, wow, I want to move here, so that we can start to recruit the folks and teachers and people that are hard to recruit, but to maybe get them to commit to Santa Fe just with that familiarity, so that we can, have better staffing for the needs of our community, that we use tourism as a backdoor way to get people to get interested in moving to Santa Fe to commit to our community.
Thank you so much for your comments, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else?
If you don't mind, Commissioners, Jonathan Butler, Community Development Director. I just wanted to come and say a couple of things to you in answering some of your questions, but I also wanted to give Dave an opportunity, if he had some additional context, to be able to give that to you. One, Commissioner Johnson, when we talked about the contract as it currently stands, and we talked about amending the contract, we also know that we had contracted up to a certain time period. This is the last run within that time period. What we asked both our team with Sunny and Lisa to be able to do is also sort of evaluate where we are, where we've been, and hopefully where we're going. Where we're going is to extend these resources throughout this contract run, and then we will revisit through perhaps an RFP process where we move in that direction next year. As a part, though, of what I do want Dave to talk about and give some voice to, one of the things that we have heard from you all, and Commissioner Green, particularly in this thought process, and Commissioner Kakari shown around, how do we think about both emerging markets? How do we think about new untapped resources? How do we think about continuing to strike a balance between honoring what we've done and what we've received? I know Lisa can give you data points on how our lodgers tax revenue has increased, particularly within the last 2 years. But there's also this, you can blame it on a new person coming in to a newer environment, asking questions about, well, what are we thinking about in terms of what's on the horizon? Lisa can give you also some data points on how we are being internationally recognized. And so I do think that there are some more emerging markets, not just with Mexico, but there are particular European markets that I think are worth us spending some time investigating, because we have been recognized in international publications in that way. I think the last thing I will say, I know Commissioner Green, at some point you mentioned thought process around weddings and those types of tourism, and Commissioner Johnson mentioned that. Okay. As sort of potential avenues and aspects for us to think through. I also said to this team when they came and talked to us and sort of debriefed their presentation, as a newcomer to Santa Fe, one of the things that I was graced with was this idea that some of my peers were actually coming, and they were coming to visit our county and our city in high concentration numbers. My system, based on our algorithms of who we target in terms of that research, probably didn't pick up those demographics. And so thinking about how we can also think about what's on the horizon in ways that are creative. Dave and his team are working with us to make sure that we can integrate some of that into both our traditional campaigns, but also as we think about new media and as we think about increasing digital media. So I'll stop there. Dave, I'm not sure if you had anything. I probably stole his thunder. I was patting him on the back, trying to prompt him to get up and say something. But I just wanted to make sure that we gave some voice to this. This is in this proposal as it is presented before you right now. We did vet it and we did some thorough analysis and asked some different questions in hopes that we might anticipate what you all have given voice to, but also think about the ways in which we can continue to move the county forward.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Does that conclude the presentation? We have a motion to approve.
I will make the motion to approve the contract for Sunny 505.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green. We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Okay, on to request approval of agreement number 2025-0295 PWTJ between Santa Fe County and Architectural Research Consultants. This is specifically to identify the best use for the former juvenile detention center. And we are hearing from Celeste Sanchez. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Commission. My name is Celeste Sanchez, and I'm a project manager with Public Works. Public Works is requesting approval of an agreement with Architectural Research Consultants to conduct a feasibility study for Santa Fe County's Airport Road facility. The facility is currently used for senior service administrative and kitchen staff who utilize approximately 5% of the building and the commercial kitchen. The county uses parts of the facility to store county records and office for the record staff. We are currently renovating the cafeteria to house the Emergency Operations Center. ARC will conduct a feasibility study and work with the community, commissioners, along with other county departments to prepare and develop a long-range master plan on how to best reuse the facility. ARC will be conducting an engineering study that will let us know what we can and cannot do at this facility. The project is expected to take 4 to 6 months from the notice to proceed. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Celeste. I will say, as we sort of step out of this gate, I sincerely hope, and I did see that there's room for community input, but I am also very aware that this is a community, the neighboring community, that is really desperate for places that are community-centric, places where people can go and see each other and spend time together. I know that there have been a number of conversations that have happened over the last couple of years, mostly run with grant funds with other organizations, but I'm hoping that we can, I don't want to say salvage some of those results from the conversations. I believe one might have been a Kellogg grant, but we can get you further information on that one. I know that Miguel Acosta led one, and it was in Spanish, but I do want to make sure that I make that plug stepping out of the gate. It's very important that the community, that their will is recognized in this process. So do we have any other comments? Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Yeah, I want to underscore, thank you, Chair Bustamante. I want to underscore the chair's comments. That was also on my mind when I reviewed this. Sometimes when we contract out with architectural firms, no offense to anyone who's an architect, sitting at the table, some are community-centered, and we do need to be more community-centered. The South Side, which overlays with Commissioner Bustamante's District 3 and my district as well, and off the Airport Road area, is in sore need of attention from the city, from the county, from the state legislature. We need community spaces for cultural expressions, celebrations, gatherings. We need to have, I heard in some of the debates on the mayoral race and councilor's race, we need a Southside Plaza. We need youth spaces. We need spaces for music and venues, and not just spaces to store files or have social services for the underserved or the low income. And I think we even need to have creative art spaces. We have heard the testimonies or presentations from our Economic Development Arts Council, art in the community, art in the parks. We also need more parks. a combination park and people to walk. I live in Las Acequias on the south side. That park off of Calle Atajo is used by everyone. Why? We have thousands of apartments, and I'm not talking at you, but I'm speaking for the public record. Hope you understand that. We have thousands of apartment units going up with no spaces to gather. And some of these units face the highway, some of these units face roads with traffic, air pollution. And sometimes when I walk around, I get tired of seeing the same old thing for the people who live on the other side of the city different. So I really want to underscore that this architectural firm, and I'd like to ask for an amendment be made, that they do town halls and outreach in Spanish, or contract out and pay people through their contract for people to do it. We overlook community and regional planning with the UNM Architecture and Planning Design School. They did focus groups for Midtown. They know how to do photo voice and engagement with the community. So why aren't we also looking to our local pipeline programs for contracting out for monies? These are so important in terms of equity and opportunity and community space. And I appreciate you standing there. And again, I'm not talking at you, but for the public record, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll double underscore, but I'll do it by way of a question. Excuse me. Does this firm intend to do community outreach as part of this initial study? And if not, is that part of a timeline for phase 2?
No, in step one, they will be assembling a committee. Santa Fe County will have a master plan committee, which will include the community commissioners and other county departments as well.
So, sorry, maybe I missed. It is not part of this contract, but
No, it is part of this
It is part of it. Okay, thank you. And I think Commissioner Kakari-Son makes a good point that at least having translation services, especially in these community meetings, would be essential. I would encourage that to be part of this proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. Thanks for getting this here. This is something that has been on my list of things that is a sort of an underutilized asset of the county when it's used for storage, and it looks like it does. People don't like driving by it. It has lots of bad memories. It's time for redevelopment. It probably doesn't have very much adaptive reuse. So it's 6+ acres. It has a lot of potential. It could have some open space and something a little green in there. It could have some community aspects to it, like a farmer's market. It could have, thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, for recognizing my idea of a Southside Plaza, but it's not necessarily the place, but it should be thrown out there for a potential. But it is a really high traffic area. And so making it beautiful and a flagship of county development is a great idea. And so making sure that we both reach out to the community at large in the Airport Road area, Rodeo Road, and that south side area. Also making sure that we talk to adjacent neighbors within 500, 600 feet, like door to door, making sure that they're engaged in this. I know some people that are pretty skeptical that are adjacent to this, and so making sure whether they're behind it, next to it, across the street, are engaged very directly, and that we add some community outreach on the property. And yeah, this is great. Get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. I do want to correct for the record that the discussion of a Southside Plaza has been something that's been floating around for a little while, but I do appreciate that. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, is the architectural firm going to consider all types of uses for this, not just the ones mentioned? Are they going to consider whatever the community brings up?
Yes, they will.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the request for approval of agreement 2025-0295 PW TJ between Santa Fe County and Architectural Research Consultants.
And because it is in District 3, I will make the second. All in favor?
Aye.
For the record, Commissioner Green made the motion. Commissioner Bustamante seconded. The motion carries. Thank you very much, Celeste.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, onward to Item D, approval of agreement number 2025-0333 PWTJ with OTAC in the amount of $661,146 for design construction oversight services for the Santa Fe Trail Segment 7A.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'm Dan Anderson, project manager, here to present for your approval the 4-year agreement with OTAC Inc. for the design and construction oversights on Santa Fe Rail Trail Segment 7A. As you recall, the rail trail extends from the Santa Fe Rail Yard all the way to the Lamy Train Depot. Segment 7 is the last segment to design and construct. However, with the complexities of crossing US 285, we are breaking this trail segment up into 2 phases. 7A will extend from segment 6, which is currently under construction, then crossing over or under US 285, extending south to County Road 33. The second phase of the segment 7 will hopefully be, a road project where we can do an adjoining trail and bring it down into the Lamy Train Depot, keeping people safe and secure. The 4-year agreement with OTAC Inc. on the design and construction oversight will provide for us a preliminary engineering report to determine whether we need to do an overpass or an underpass, which is the best, most cost-efficient method to get people over 285. And then extending down to County Road 33, we'll also have geotechnical reports, all the design deliverables and construction documents, including right-of-way, because there is state land office. We also have easements because there's a few trust properties that we'll be crossing. We'll also have bid tabulations and bid tabulation oversight analysis, and finally construction oversight once the construction is commenced. So I'm recommending for board approval the agreement, the 4-year agreement with OTAC Inc. number 2040333 PW-TJ for the amount of $661,146 exclusive of NMGRT and delegation of signature authority for the county manager on the purchase order.
Thank you, Daniel. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Daniel. When I'm looking at the site map, their crossing options, are those all being explored for all of the underpass, overpass options, and what differentiates those?
Yeah, over the last 4 years, Commissioner, we've done a study because we've looked at continuing down the railroad. We've looked at trying to get it even further south and going under where the train already goes through. NMDOT was not very supportive of those ideas. And so OTAC has done in that 4-year study, brought it down for those 3 areas. Those 3 areas are supportive of either the overpass or the underpass, more than likely an underpass. That's probably the most cost efficient, and that'd be a cut and cover that NMDOT is aware of that we can do, but we are entertaining if an overpass is a more viable, cheaper option. But yes, all 3 of those are more than likely the southern one, which is right next to New Moon Overlook.
Great, and that then would connect to the Galisteo Basin Preserve and those trail systems. That this is a great asset for Santa Fe County. We just talked about tourism. This connection will be a really nice culmination of a years-long project. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Daniel. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, when you build the crossover or cross under, but haven't completed the trail, will there still be a way to reach Lamy, or is that not possible until you do the trail?
Well, we don't know exactly, Commissioner, how we're going to connect to County Road 33 because there are some terrain difficulties. So it may be that we bring it over one of the open space lots that then intersects to County Road 33, but we are going to make a termination point on 7A that will allow the hikers, bikers, trail walkers to safely get onto the road to be able to traverse into Lamy.
Okay, so does that trail run along basically parallel 285 then?
Yeah, if you can think of that area, when we cross over, you'll see the power lines that extend, so it comes at an angle. That's State Land Office, and we have an easement already in place for trail development along that power line. So we're going to be following closely to that, but when you come into the intersection of County Road 33, we have significant terrain challenges that we have to figure out how are we getting that connection to the shoulder of County Road 33.
So they won't be able to, they will be able or won't be able to cross that? I mean, is it passable now or not passable?
Yeah, they'll be able to get down into County Road 33 to keep going down the trail. You know, the crossover with US 285, whether it's over or under, will get us down to County Road 33 to where the bikers and hikers will be able to use it's not a fully developed shoulder, but it is a safer route to get into Lamy.
Okay, I just asked because I know we don't have the money to do the trail yet. We just have the money to do the overpass, apparently.
Yeah, we're going to get it down there. And, you know, I just informed Brian that we were looking at a road project and maybe we can start tying this into where both construction may be possible
Okay,
to get us into it. Because we know that that road is not the best. It's not highly traveled and it's a fairly reasonable speed limit.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing no further questions,
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the award of agreement number 2024-0333-PW/TJ with OTAC in the amount of $661,146 exclusive of NMGRT.
we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from
Second?
Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item E, requesting approval of amendment number 3 to agreement number 2024-027 PWTJ with Souter Miller and Associates.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Mike Hart. I'm with Public Works. I'm here
Hi,
to
Mike.
request an amendment number 3 to Sauter Millers. This is to design an extension or design a sewer line from the Calibre Phase 2 project to the Abajo Lift Station. This is the last portion of a multi-phase project or multi-piece project that takes sewer from the Richards area all the way down to the Quill Waste Plant. So we found out that this line was actually undersized and was missing from the scope. So this finishes that.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions or concerns or comments? Thank you. This is well overdue. I appreciate it. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just wondered what time frame you expect to complete the sewer system.
So the Abajo lift station is fully completed with its design. It'll be fully funded with our loan through the NMDOT, or NMED, or Trust Board, I believe. Also, the Abajo lift station, the SR14 project is fully designed and ready to go as well. So this will go out to bid in the next month, and it'll construct roughly in about 10 to 12 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any further questions? If we have no further questions, do we have a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve amendment number 3 with Souter Miller and Associates, increasing the compensation by $126,780.705 for a total contract amount of $622,685.65.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Mike. And finally, item F, and I want to make it clear, this is authorization for the publish of title, okay? So we're requesting authorization to publish title and general summary for a new ordinance establishing policies for recognizing historical and cultural events at meetings of the Board of County Commissioners, requiring a meeting to celebrate Fiesta de Santa Fe. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I want to recognize your co-leadership on this and appreciate legal counsel. And Attorney Boyd is on the list, so I'd like you to explain the process as Chair Bustamante just started. But before that, since there's been public testimony last week and there's been media that has highlighted, as well as public comments in the Santa Fe New Mexican around the incident of September 2nd, I want to say to Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, the county manager, staff, and the public, we bring forward an ordinance that has grown directly from dialogue, healing, and the shared commitment of our community. As we learn through the conversations between the Santa Fe Fiesta Council and county staff, which was put into motion the week of September 9th, we paid outside trained facilitators with 30 years experience each handling community conflict and had a very constructive dialogue. From that dialogue, key themes came forward: confusion, the September 2nd turning away of the cuadrilla at the door of this building downstairs was very painful. But the Santa Fe Fiesta Council leadership did come forward with graciousness because they were also seeking reconciliation and solution. Dr. Sanchez today, in the Indigenous Peoples Day proclamation, said it wisely, that we need to move forward with methods and processes in relationship for reconciliation and not continue to reviolate or traumatize or put violence on each other or create more pain. The dialogue also came forward with a theme that only putting things in the media creates more distress and does not promote mutual understanding. The Santa Fe Fiesta Council, as a result of this dialogue with the county management team that was involved in the incident on September 2nd, had agreed to some action plans and reiterated the priorities from the Santa Fe Fiesta Council last Thursday in a meeting. And the priority was to change a county policy that puts county officials, particularly those employees who are also on Fiesta Councils, in conflict with some of their cultural values and interests. But we also need to change the contradictions and still have county policies that create safe spaces, that create spaces for public input and public display of celebration of cultural events and traditions, while keeping county staff and others safe due to the increased violence around political appointees. So this policy and this proposed ordinance recognizes the cultural and historical events such as Santa Fe Fiestas, but not only Santa Fe Fiestas, but others. For instance, but not all-inclusive, Indigenous Peoples Day, El Grito, Juneteenth, Jewish High Holy Days, and Santa Fe Pride. It makes the space for celebration and civic reflection to occur here in the county chambers at the will and the leadership of our Board of County Commissioners. And in my opinion, diminishes frontline discretion of authority of anything that could be discriminatory in the future by future county managers or Board of County Commission members that are not here today. So we're thinking about the future. As Simon Sinek reminds us, who writes about community building, a community is a group of people who agrees to grow together. This ordinance is a mini step. It is not all inclusive, and I recognize on behalf as a county commissioner that when we rebuild trust with the community, we're in it for the long haul. There are no quick fixes when we open old wounds. There are no silver bullets, and we are not just checking the box. And having a dialogue where we create human-centeredness and diminish more hate, where we create connections with each other and understandings, but when we also seek input from community members in developing the solutions when we do have conflict, are critical. And I see this as an important role of our BCC. I also want to recognize Commissioner Bustamante's leadership and responding, and I know we heard a public comment earlier, but this is many strategies we are taking. They are not exclusive of each other, they're complementary. And we will be discussing another matter on the agenda related to fiestas regarding personnel actions and other policies to consider. Again, they're complementary and not in contradiction. This ordinance is the outcome of community dialogue and deeper reflection from community members, including the Fiesta Council themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further statements? Commissioner Johnson?
So, thank you, Madam Chair, first of all. Thank you, Commissioner. Can we just explain the process? This notices that there is an ordinance that we will then debate and...
Yes.
Okay.
If I may clarify for this, and I want to thank Commissioner Kakari Stone for organizing just a conversation. This was just two commissioners. This wasn't a board-authorized activity, but it was something that we supported in having staff meet with the council from the Fiesta Council. That being said, we have an ordinance before us that we have not had input on, and we will have input on. So this will be either modified, accepted, however that's going to go. But today we are going to approve passing the publication of title and general summary. And then we will have further information as we know, given the action that was approved by the board, to have further information from external legal as well as the board to discuss thoughts and concerns and making sure that we can put together an ordinance that's comprehensive of the board's decisions. Commissioner, does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes, it does, Madam Chair. So, because I don't think we have the space to debate. You know, that was eloquently said, but I think we need to get this one right. So I just wanted to clarify, and now is not the time for us
Absolutely.
to poke at it.
And the advantage of having the title published today is our opportunity to move forward in a more expedited manner.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, so I don't quite understand. Did you consult with the Fiesta Council on this, or have they not seen it yet?
I can answer. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. As a result of facilitating a community dialogue, the Fiesta Council came forth with concern, but were invited to join this facilitated discussion with the county management team. And I know I'm not supposed to, I think this was brought up to the commission in a related meeting we had. But they came up with solutions, and one of the solutions was, can you create an opportunity, an ordinance or a resolution or something that would allow us in the building as well as other culturally recognized communities and events. So this is the product of that. They looked at the ordinance draft to have community-driven review, and they support this. It's the leadership only of the Fiesta Council, the president and some core members of her team, and it doesn't represent the entire Santa Fe community, but it's the first mini step towards healing and creating an inclusive space that we're running by the BCC, and we're taking these first steps, as Commissioner Bustamante mentioned.
Okay, and then we expect, when we go ahead and hear the ordinance, we make rather substantive changes to it.
Yes, sir.
Based on public comment.
Absolutely.
But I also recognize we're within the confines of existing ordinances and resolutions, and I would like to invite, if it's okay with the chair, Attorney Boyd, to speak to why the content is in this draft and the process moving forward. Is that okay, Chair?
Sure.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners, the ordinance process allows, as you all just have discussed, the publication of a title and general summary of the ordinance 2 weeks before you hear, at least 2 weeks before you actually hold a hearing on the ordinance and then take a vote on whether to adopt it, whether in the form that you see it now before you or in a revised form. And so, yes, the process has, notice and the opportunity for community input baked into it. And in terms of why an ordinance was chosen versus a resolution, certainly the instructions I received were, to the effect of the county needs something that's stronger than a resolution, even though a resolution typically is what is used for the county to control its own operations. An ordinance does carry the force of law, and the same process we're talking about now would be required for any repeal or amendment to the ordinance. And so I'm following instructions from Commissioner Kakari Stone and Chair Bustamante in terms of the approach taken here. So,
Thank you, Walker. Attorney Boyd. I do have concerns with the title, and as this was being pulled together, because the events of the quadrilla going through the buildings is typically, they went in the front part of the building and went out the back, and if it lasted 10 minutes, I'm giving it about 6. For us to hold that event at or to say that the event would happen at a commission meeting, when we look at efficiency, to have a meeting, and if we're here in a meeting and that is part of the celebration, when we look at staff efficiency, is that the best way to do it, to assure that it's during a meeting? Or can it be something, how would we modify the title so that it was inclusive of the ways that I will say that it used to be? Again, just celebrating down the hall, and people would come out of their offices, and that was the extent of again, it never usually took, if it took 6 minutes, I'm giving it some. So what would that
Chair Bustamante, there are two issues with the concept you're discussing. As the memorandum explains, and as the ordinance itself explains, one of the goals here is to not create what is called in the law a public forum, or a limited public forum, where the board and county staff have no control over what goes on in the forum. And so there is a need, in terms of what the law requires, for it to be tied to a Board of County Commissioners meeting. Now, as you know, you all can meet in a county-owned building. It doesn't have to necessarily be in this chambers, but that leads to, I think, the second issue, which is that, there is, as the ordinance makes clear, leave for county employees to use their lunch break or other leave to attend if they so choose, but also, preserving the option for county employees who do not want to attend to not attend. And so that there's a kind of delicate balancing at work in the ordinance that is, it would require further discussion, and also it's difficult to resolve in one way uniformly in support of the concept you're proposing.
Yes. Understood, and I think the title captures that. Then I would think about future commissions feeling like they were strapped to have the meeting, the first meeting that's closest to their event, and they have something after, hearings after dinner time, and because that is something they have to do. But it's clear now that the commission can have this, and at any time the commission sees fit to have that event, and probably doing that in coordination with the Fiesta Council.
Chair Bustamante, correct. This ordinance doesn't dictate the actual time of the meeting. It just mandates that the meeting occur, and certainly the chair of the commission would, in consultation with the Fiestas Court, figure out the date and time of this meeting.
Thank you, Attorney Boyd. That still sounds good to me. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, it just occurs to me that there may be substantial changes to this when we hear public comments. We maybe ought to plan for 2 public hearings or something like that so that we can sort of hear all the input and then rework the ordinance a little bit if we need to. And then, it's hard to do it all in one hearing, I guess.
Chair and Commissioner Hughes, if I may, you don't need to do that at this point in the process. You can publish title and intent to adopt this ordinance and say that the commission will be considering it at whatever date it is that's 2 weeks out from publication. And then at that meeting, if there is so much public comment that you don't have time to wrap up that process, you can recess and reconvene the meeting to a subsequent date and continue the process then.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to sort of set the stage that this might take a little while.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are no further comments, Commissioner Johnson.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if you had contemplated separating the establishing policies recognizing historical and cultural events from meetings, blah, 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 and the section that says, and requiring a meeting to celebrate Fiesta de Santa Fe, if those were ever contemplated to be separate and...
Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Yes, given the impact of the September 2nd event and deep listening of the dialogue between the Fiesta Council leadership and the county management team, it seemed necessary to recognize and mark that Fiesta's Council specifically in one section of the ordinance, but also so we're being focused on that particular relationship as well as being inclusive of other relationships as a public governance. So, and I want to also just mention, this is not, again, because it will take time, and I trust and respect the input from the other BCC members, all of you here, as well as public input, that we wanted to get it started sooner than later because wounds need to be mended a bit sooner and not sit there as an open sore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. Let's do it.
Am I hearing a motion?
Okay, here we go. I make a motion that we vote to request authorization to publish title and general summary of ordinance, an ordinance establishing policies for recognizing historical and cultural events at meetings of the Board of County Commissioners, requiring a meeting also to celebrate Fiesta de Santa Fe.
I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kokari-Stone, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We are going to break until 4:15, 4:15. Thank you. It is 4:15, and we are moving on through to presentations. Maddie Byers, University of New Mexico representative. This is regarding the needs assessment for our seniors. Thank you, Maddie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am Maddie Byers, the Administrative Program Manager for Senior Services. Today we come before you with the presentation concerning the findings of the Santa Fe County Senior Needs Assessment. The Community Services Department contracted with the University of New Mexico Center of
I'm sorry,
Applied-
Maddie. Can I ask you just a favor if you can just pull that, closer?
I'm so sorry.
No, no worries. Thank you.
The Community Service Department contracted with the UNM of New Mexico Center of Applied Research and Analysis to conduct a senior survey in the spring of 2025. The intent of the survey is to help the county identify anticipated future needs of area seniors in a data-informed way. With me today is Dr. Erin Linehan with UNM Center of Applied Research and Analysis, who will share the survey results and offer important considerations for future planning.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Commissioners. So good afternoon. Today, I'm going to be providing a broad overview of the Santa Fe County Senior Needs Assessment. A much more detailed look is provided in the written report. This is a study done by myself and two colleagues, Keith Wilkins and Paul Guerin, at the Center for Applied Research and Analysis at UNM. The purpose of the study was to provide the county with critical information about the senior population to inform long-range service planning efforts. Importantly, we did not set out with any presumptions of what services were needed, of what the service solutions were. Rather, we were trying to provide a broad overview of the state of senior needs across the county and of current service capacity of senior services. And the purpose of this being to provide the county the information it needs to know which services to prioritize moving forward and how to build off current service capacity to target those needs. The county identified 4 research questions they wanted us to address. 1, how many seniors are currently living in Santa Fe County, and what is the current growth pattern for the next 10 years? 2, what are the identified service needs of the population? 3, what areas of the county are underserved? And 4, how should the county proceed in the development of future services? To answer these questions, we used 3 sources of data. Consumer data on past senior services that were offered. We had 6 years of data from 2019 to 2024. A senior and senior caregiver survey. This was designed by CARA, my group, and was administered by Santa Fe County Community Services Department staff. And I should note the Santa Fe County Community Services Department staff and administrators did an excellent job getting the survey out and advertising it. They administered hundreds of surveys in English and Spanish throughout the county, including to 180 different venues. And they were able to get back 1,192 surveys, which was much more than we expected, and it allowed us to do much more interesting analyses that we think are more informative. So a special thank you to community services administrators and staff. The third source of data was demographic data from the U.S. Census and the UNM Geospatial and Population Studies. This research was approved by the Institutional Review Board at UNM, which is charged with protecting the rights and welfare of human research subjects. Our findings. First question, what is the expected growth pattern of the senior population? This chart is showing the population, the entire population for the county from 2020 to 2040. What you'll notice, the green section of the bar chart is the under 60 population, and that's remaining steady over time or even declining slightly. The over 60 population, which is what the senior services serves, is growing during that period. And all of that growth is occurring in the over 75 age group. And what that tells us is Santa Fe County resources are going to be stretched in the coming years, and the county will have to be very strategic in how it allocates resources to address senior needs. The second question, what are the identified service needs of the population? This is a complex question. We broke it into a few components. First, we wanted to understand what seniors value most. So different services target different goals or different end-state needs. We wanted to understand how seniors value those different goals. So we took a list of all senior services offered throughout the state of New Mexico from the Aging and Long-Term Services Department Senior Needs Assessment. And for each service, we tried to figure out what the in-state need it was targeting. And we came up with 8 different in-state needs senior services target, and we asked seniors to rank these in terms of their importance. What we found was that seniors tend to see having access to healthcare as the most important. So this would be targeted by services such as medical transport or health screenings. The second most important was looking after one's day-to-day health, fitness, and hygiene. This would be services like personal care assistance for seniors who struggle with activities of daily living, like dressing and bathing themselves and cooking. Third was ensuring one's loved ones are taken care of. So this would be caregiver support services for seniors caring for other seniors or for their own grandchildren. The next four in-state needs are ranked approximately equal to each other. You can think of these as ranked 4 together. These are having enough food, of the food one wants to eat, maintaining one's home in good condition, protecting oneself and property from others, and having opportunities to socialize with others. And then the lowest ranked need was having opportunities to learn and experience new things. So that would be services like education classes and trainings at senior centers. So these are the what seniors value. Whether seniors need assistance in achieving these things is going to vary across seniors, and it'll be determined by their individual circumstances and particularly their vulnerabilities. And we identified 7 key dimensions of vulnerability. These are economic disadvantage, disability, poor health, language and cultural barriers, lack of social support, and being a caregiver to someone with Alzheimer's or dementia, or raising one's own grandchildren. And what we found in the survey is that for each of these seniors with each of these vulnerabilities have consistently worse outcomes in terms of health and mental health, depression, food insecurity, and that also they have higher service needs. And in the report, we outline what the service needs are associated with each of these vulnerabilities. And then the third thing we did is we identified an indicator for each of these vulnerabilities for which we have demographic data from the US Census. And this allows us to see the size, the population size of each of seniors with each of these vulnerabilities. And that's shown here. We broke the county, we have for the entire county, and then we also broke the county into regions north of the city, and south of the city. A few things to notice here. So these are different indicators of vulnerability. Age is a good indicator of health, poor health, income for economic disadvantage, and so on. If you look at between regions, one thing you will notice is the north has the highest relative vulnerability within their population. So if you look at poverty, seniors under $25,000 a year, household income, 29% of the senior population in the north is in that situation, compared with 17% in the city and 16% in the south. However, if you look at absolute numbers, the north is the smallest population, so it has the smallest, the fewest seniors in poverty regionally. The next thing we did is we were able to use these demographic proportions of these vulnerabilities that affect service needs to weight the survey. So we got a more representative picture of what senior service needs are across the county. And that's shown in this chart here. So these are adjusted for population size. So what you see on the x-axis is a list of services that seniors could report whether they thought they would need or not. And then on the y-axis is the number of services. So that's an estimate for each region of the county, how many seniors would need this service. You can see that the central region, the city, has the largest population, so it has the largest number of seniors needing each service, and the north has the fewest. You can also notice the general pattern is the same across the regions in terms of which services they value most. So if you look at the 4 most popular services, those are the same for all 3 regions: health screenings, physical fitness activities, recreation activities, and housekeeping. Another thing to note is that several of these services target some of the lowest ranked needs in terms of importance. So like recreational activities targets socializing and learning new things, which are 2 of the lowest ranked in-state needs. So it's important to recognize that the popularity of a service doesn't necessarily indicate how important it is. Conversely, if you look at grandparent support services, those are the least popular service, but we know from the survey that grandparents raising grandchildren see that as the most important service of all of them. So that it's a small population of grandparents raising grandchildren, but it's a very important service to that population. Question 3, what areas of the county are underserved? This chart shows what proportion of the total, Daniel, I don't know if I left the slideshow. So this shows what proportion of the total county population is in each region, and also what proportion of all services in the county are provided in each region. And what you'll notice is that the north has the smallest population. Thank you. And the majority of all services, over 50%. So this suggests there's an imbalance in how services are currently being provided. A few important caveats. The central region, this does not include City of Santa Fe services in this chart, and we know those services are substantial. So the real imbalance is probably between north and south. And a second important caveat is the South is getting a new senior center in Cerrillos that will come online sometime this year, so that should partially address this imbalance. Here's a map of the county with the different regions outlined in red, and you can see the senior centers as colored dots. So those are the 3 county senior centers. And then it's a little hard to see, but the green is the City of Santa Fe. So there's 3 in the city. And then there's a concentration of senior centers in the north. There's 3 by the county. There's 3 by local pueblos offered to tribal members. And there's 2 just over the border in Rio Arriba County. So lastly, how should the county proceed in the development of future services? We recommend the county take some time to consider the report findings, and in particular to identify which senior needs the county wishes to prioritize. This is important because that will determine how best to allocate resources. For instance, if the county wants to target the most popular services, things like recreational activities, physical fitness classes, health screenings, those are typically provided in senior centers, so they may want to invest in a new senior center that's easier to access for more seniors. If, on the other hand, they decide that it's more, that they want to prioritize some of the more acute and immediate needs of an especially vulnerable minority of seniors, then many of those services will not occur in senior centers. There will be things like driving meals to homebound seniors with disabilities, or transporting seniors to medical appointments, et cetera. And then the second thing the county should consider is how to leverage existing resources. We saw on the previous map, there's 15 senior centers currently in and around Santa Fe County. There's also numerous NGOs that provide many of the services discussed in this report. So rather than trying to recreate these services, the county would better serve senior needs by figuring out how to coordinate among existing resources. You can imagine the county serving as a hub, providing information to seniors, screening them, and linking them to services. And then lastly, based on these considerations, the county should develop a 10-year strategic plan outlining their goals and these steps to carry out, to realize those goals. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board? I have a couple of questions about the populations in some of these villages, and it's disheartening to see, and I think Commissioner Kakari-Stone would probably see this the same way as I do when we talk about the South Side, and we just had a presentation about the use of that building, but the services aren't there. And I'm in the village of La Cienega, and when we go from there and Airport Road, I really, the closest is going to be Agua Fria, but what do we really have? And when we look at those that are proximate within the north and the central part, they're closer together as far as having facilities and services available to them. Did you find, population bases for those, like for specific communities? When I know that you have the population, and I think I asked you if you also in the statistical analysis corrected for density in the various areas. So are there any specific numerics with regard to the number of people off of the Airport Road area to the La Cienega? You know, that's still pretty far from Cerrillos, those particular areas, the Nelson area. Did you get any of that data by any chance?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner. In this, we decided to use larger regional breakdowns. And so the short answer is we don't have more detailed analyses of seniors and their demographic attributes for smaller geographic areas. There's a few reasons for that. One, we just, limited resources in trying to do as much as we can to give as broad of an overview. But one of the reasons we don't break it up lower is that to look at those demographic vulnerability characteristics, which was an important part of the report, we don't have, those data are very low resolution as you get into smaller areas. And there's a margin of error. These are estimates, so they're actually not a census. They're American Community Survey. So they ask a few people questions and try to project out to the population, and the margins of error are too large once you get below around the county, the census county divisions, which is what we used. So that is something that could be looked at, especially just population size for those smaller areas, especially if there's depending what the county decides to do. If there's a decision to want to build a senior center and see where seniors are and the drive times, that analysis could be done, but we haven't done that at this time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Further questions? Commissioner Green?
Whoops, pardon me. So I appreciate that you previewed this with me last week. That was really great to get to be able to think about this instead of in 15 minutes, but to think about it over the weekend. I look at this and look at the growth in this 75 and over age group, and really would hope that we look closely at what specific, that becomes an age that driving becomes much more difficult. And mobility and a whole bunch of different at-home care things. So if that's going to be where our growth is, that probably needs to be where the growth of services is. And so that I would hope that we start looking at that. I love our senior centers, and they definitely serve a purpose. But I think that we need to look at those at-home things. Additionally, in my experience as a county commissioner, I've met a good cluster, solid population of families, especially in the north, where grandparents are raising their grandchildren. And it's phenomenal work. It's tough for somebody that is a senior to take care of a little kid. It's tough enough to be an adult and to do it and without being a senior. I would look at that as a specialized area as well. That, again, not all seniors are the same. And so some are older, some have grandkids, some have different abilities and capabilities. And so having a sort of a la carte list that is targeted at different populations is to me a good idea. And lastly, with the center being the city of Santa Fe, I would hope that we would be able to sort of pull these out and maybe look at populations more granularly, and the skew that happens from the center, where the heart of the population here is here in the city of Santa Fe. When we're talking about Santa Fe County Senior Services, we should probably try to pull that out. Maybe that includes part of the how do we discern between city population and Agua Fria Village population, because I think those two do overlap, but to find a way that really makes us understand those two populations and pulls out the city, because I think when we see some of these bar charts and shows how the city that central area, it doesn't let us see the nuances in those smaller northern and southern districts. But I appreciate this overview of this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Linehan, thank you for your work. Since you first presented, I could see a lot of time has been put into this with your team and your 3 data sources, and it's definitely going to get us to the next step. The graying of America and the aging population was really catapulted in the 1980s. People were looking at these trends. So I think addressing the community services program, the rest of the county, we're looking at that we can be a game changer. I just want to make a comment, and I appreciate some of the edits you made from the first version I saw and some of your takeaways. It's very helpful. And as we look at the proportion of those between 60 and 74 years across the different areas of the county, we have 73% in that category. And I'd have to say it's a conflict of interest on my end because I'm 60. But we see, if we look at generational cohort differences, we're seeing that population, and I got some feedback from folks in the community who took the survey in District 2. Why do we have to, and this is more to address not you, but maybe your team can help us think about it, like how do we prioritize this and do some town halls or interviews or focus groups with different, more heterogeneous populations that, as Commissioner Green was saying, how do we think outside the box? Because my generation, baby boomers, people who are up and coming that are just on the cusp, turned 50, we don't want to be segregated with other old people, quote unquote, or to have that be a stigma. And can't we have an intergenerational center? The South Valley has an intergenerational center. It has basketball, it has arts and crafts, and the library is located there, and meals are located there. When I'm going to be in that 75 and older, I want to go somewhere where I see young people. So I just want to put that out as a commission in our leadership and with the county team and with our community. How do we create intergenerational spaces that also allows co-mentoring? It's a prevention in behavioral health. Social isolation is one of the largest determinants of health these days. And also for people with memory loss and dementia and Alzheimer's, I'm impacted with my own mother. It is debilitating for the caregiver, and so having social interaction helps the memory, helps the brain health. Brain health is a huge area we're looking at these days. So those are my comments as we think forward. Let's think outside the box. Let's create community spaces that are cross-generational.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Any further comments? Hearing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and your good work. We look forward to making plans to address the concerns that were brought up and the gaps in services for our communities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation concerning Santa Fe County's broadband plan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Juan Torres. I'm the Economic Development Manager of Santa Fe County. The item before you is a presentation and a draft report from Motiva, contractor that was providing strategic planning services for Santa Fe County in the area of broadband. The county entered into an agreement with Motiva Corporation following a competitive request for proposal process where Motiva was selected as the highest rated offerer. Their work supported the county's efforts to leverage federal BEAD funding, State Connect New Mexico funding for last mile and middle mile projects. The contract with Motiva began on October 21st of 2025. Some background. On August 21st, 2024, Santa Fe County held oral presentations with three shortlisted firms. Motiva Corporation was selected as a top-rated offer. The aspects of the scope of services was to provide outreach and stakeholder engagement, infrastructure and coverage analyses, data collection and analyses, strategic planning and project identification, evaluation of broadband delivery options, funding strategy development, and a final draft broadband plan. I'd like to point out that Motiva was very flexible in terms of this contract. About very early in the process, we were in the midst of a broadband funding opportunity, and given the direction to pursue all opportunities for broadband expansion, we engaged with Motiva, and they basically shifted gears and went right to the ending of their contract, which was to identify projects. So they assisted us in the initial BEAD responses that resulted in a notice of funding opportunities for 3 potential projects that eventually withdrew because of technical changes to the program. The presentation of the draft plan will be made by Tony Flores and Krista Kelly of Motiva, and I think they're on, so I'll turn it over to them.
Good afternoon. This is Tony Flores, F5 Planning, working with Motiva on the county's broadband plan. I hope everybody can hear me. I apologize for not being there. We had originally intended to get this presented in May and June, and my commitments have taken me to Oregon. So I'm in just northwest of Madras, Oregon, in 46 degrees, and the sun just came out at 3:43 p.m. What we've done is we've taken work that was initiated by the county's broadband working group, and we've distilled their comments and their ideas, and then as Juan indicated, broadened that scope to really look at how we can leverage Santa Fe County or put Santa Fe County in a position that if and when there's additional funding available, the county can have a thorough document that really outlines the eventual plans of trying to increase broadband access to county residents. Before I go through the presentation, I would like to thank Juan Torres and Mr. Dale Lucero. They were the 2 stalwarts from the county's working group, and they were at every meeting and provided a background of information and ideas. So I do want to thank them, as well as Mr. Gabe Montoya. I saw Gabe was on the call. Gabe is my broadband mentor. Gabe and I go back many years when he was at ReadyNet, and then as his life changes, took him to NTIA, and now back into the consulting realm with OBI. And also Mr. Gerald Baca from ReadyNet. Gerald and I have gone back, and Gerald and I are currently working on the F5 side on 5 different broadband deployments for 5 of the 8 northern pueblos. So those are exciting times for us as well. You can go ahead and switch the slide. So, I don't need to rehash how we got here, but the pandemic, at least from my perspective, really slapped us in the face and really identified holes as people. We relied and we counted on, and we took a lot of things that would be normal everyday ideas or situations or processes like broadband or the internet, and we took those for granted. And what the pandemic did, it really highlighted the lack of preparation we have as a society. When you start talking about telework and remote learning and telemed, all those things that we really didn't think about 20 years ago, when Juan was at the city when ReadyNet started, and I was at the county in my first tour there. So you didn't really think about the importance of being able to log on to something. And because that pandemic was life-changing, life-altering to so many of us. I mean, I have health issues, and having to get to doctors, doing some exacerbations and having to do it online without being in the office, that created a lot of anxiety. So from my personal state, I think that was everybody's take of the pandemic, with every other issue going on at the time. But that also provided an opportunity, and I think the last administration recognized the importance, especially in rural areas, on tribal lands, is the lack of the basic necessity of broadband. And they established through the FCC documents of trying to establish their fabrics or their broadband fabric maps, and then through NTIA and the great work that Gabe did for them, we started getting monies back into communities. We talk now, that's Gabe and I were talking just a few minutes ago, actually, you know, we've worked on projects for 4.5 years now. And with the changeovers at administration, we don't know what direction we're going, but we're continuing to move forward. And that's the best that we can do today. Broadband, you can go to the next slide. We took Santa Fe County's broadband survey, which was an excellent foundational document, because with Juan's efforts, it really set the tone, if you will, of what the broadband infrastructure landscape, and I know that's a buzzword that's going around, that terminology, broadband landscape, but what really exists in the county. And although the results were, you know, primarily the responses were from, well, I'll call them the city boundaries, you know, approximately, you could take that information and really put it out that there was limited access, there was limited affordability. Not everybody had the same type of broadband, that's the speeds. They were worried about what broadband is and what it can and can't do. And there was a couple of comments in the broadband survey that talked about choice. So building upon the survey, we established these 6 vision and principles that work through the process. And I know Juan indicated we were kind of doing things in reverse. It all tied together eventually when we submitted our first draft back in May. Access, there has to be sufficient broadband infrastructure. Affordability, cost should never be a barrier. Equity, no one will face the barrier because of who they are, where they live. Privacy, we businesses have to be able to determine how our data is or is not used. Reliability, you know, the speeds of broadband have changed, and not just the pandemic, but for those of us that still have teenagers or young adults, gaming and all the devices that everybody has, that draws on that bandwidth. So you have to make sure that there's enough reliable internet to be able to continue to use that, and also prepare that infrastructure for future demands and future changes. And then lastly, in the vision is really a choice. You know, I'm a firm believer of competition, making sure that there's providers out there that can provide different types of solutions, different type of products that can meet that individual broadband service location's needs. And that's speed, price, performance, reliability, how quickly things download and upload, and is your you know, the jitter on your screens, those types of things. So you go to the next slide. So the broadband plan, and I've worked on many of these, and I just finished up some work with the City of Santa Fe Office of Economic Development on their community Wi-Fi projects. It really is to outline the vision's principles, goals, and objectives, right? And the biggest goal is to improve access. And whether that access is fiber, or that access is getting people able to be contacted by an ISP or internet service provider at an affordable rate, it encompasses all those things. And the second part of a broadband, it really serves as a roadmap for enhancing the connectivity that exists or doesn't exist. And it also addresses the region or community's digital divide. And digital divide is my simple definition is those that have it and those that don't. And that's the divide. And then the last thing is we wanted to make sure, because this was, you know, started a year ago, a little less than a year ago, is that we utilized a sound process for developing a broadband strategic plan. Your broadband plan is much different than the strategic plan and the SWOT and those types of things. This is a more fine-tuned, similar to your ICIP process, where you want to develop the plan in a way that can be utilized for funding, for presentations, etc. So we utilize the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion Guidelines to develop the county's broadband plan. Next slide, please. So that planning process is divided into 5 phases, but we actually only used 3 for this process. The first phase is understanding what the broadband landscape is. Not only, again, accessibility, those that can get it, that there's broadband that exists either above or below. And now after the rules changed, satellite and other things. Looking at solution options, you know, you'll see in a second, we weren't in no way intending for the county to become an ISP, but I can tell you with the tribes that I'm working with under the F5 hat, a lot of the tribal entities are looking to develop their own ISP programs, similar to what the Pueblo of Pojoaque has today. And then the last thing is to develop a strategic action plan. And that's kind of where Juan was going in his first, his introduction was, we kind of flipped things on its head because BEAD, the program that the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion had put out, it was really intended to get ISPs because it was a provider-centric program, not necessarily a government or a sovereign program. It was really geared to ISPs for them to be able to expand networks to increase the availabilities of people to get broadband. It is not intended, or this plan is not intended really to give everybody broadband. Access is defined much differently in this world. It's if there's broadband available, or passes your home or your business, you know, you're served. And that's a great starting point, but it doesn't always address the question. So we looked at data sets from the FCC, from OBI. We researched counties, county documents. We talked to internet providers, fiber contractors, middle mile providers. Those are the ones that kind of provide the service in the go-between before it gets to a home or a business like ReadyNet. And Santa Fe County does not have sufficient and varied broadband service. It's a fact. Everything on orange in that map that you see in front of you, those are considered unserved locations. In other words, there's not even broadband access in the area. So the accessibility for the county, other than that big blue area, that's basically the city limits and around backside, going to Tesuque, a few areas through the New Mexico 76 corridor, and then some areas down south of the Edgewood area. Everything else is orange, which means as of July of last year through when we submitted this in May of this year, those locations are unserved, or they do not have the ability to have broadband at their location. Next slide, please. The other thing that we looked at is both the NTI, FCC, and OBI all established minimum price thresholds for service. And back when we started projects, when I was doing work with Gabe, you know, the minimum service at that time was 25.3. So it was very minimal service. And then when NTI came around and OBI came around and they started looking at things, they increased that minimum service to 120. So they established some benchmarks for 120 service or 1 gigabyte service. And we did a review, contacted the internet service providers to determine what type of services they provide, what type of service speeds they provide, and could they meet the minimum BEAD requirements of the under $60 for 120. And we found that quite a few of the internet service providers within the county could meet that initial monthly cost. However, we've all seen this when we do cellular services through our phones or other things, that minimum service cost doesn't always include the cost for the modems, the cost for rentals. Is it only a short period of time that an internet service provider will guarantee that price, et cetera? So although the pricing existed, and there's providers out there and some great providers out there, you know, Joel at La Cañada Wireless is, you know, he's trying to do his best with the limited resources they have, and they can meet the pricing, but they can't meet the speed, right? So equipment based. So you do have internet service providers that initially charge below or at the service points for broadband. So that's a good thing, although it doesn't paint the whole picture. Next slide, please. And then we looked at the solutions. You know, what does it take for the county to become an ISP? That takes a lot of time and a lot of capital expenditure, and then CapEx dollars afterwards, and then OpEx dollars on top of that. And that's not really a good model for governments to become an ISP. Although, like I said, tribal partners that I'm working with are headed in that direction. I think from a county perspective, it's not up there where water or wastewater type utilities, and broadband as a utility would be its best best avenue to proceed. But we did want to look at developing the goals, which would be the increasing access to broadband, and that really talks about accessibility, affordability, choice, and performance. We want to promote digital equity, and that really talks about affordability, choice, equity, and privacy. And we want to talk about economic development opportunities, which that's really how ReadyNet started. That's how the work I did when I was in economic development at the city a long time ago, trying to do a fiber ring around downtown Santa Fe. It really is to promote economic development opportunities, not just from a business sense, but now we have remote work and homework models that weren't around pre-pandemic to the levels they are today. And you know, I'm a product of that, and I need to have reliable internet. The next slide, please. So our goals, we talked about increasing, promoting, et cetera. You can go to the next slide. So when we talk about increasing access to broadband, the first recommendation that we developed was that the county look at developing middle and last mile broadband projects. And that's the middle mile. Think of the middle mile as your road, and the last mile is the driveway to the house. But you need to have that road in place first through some means, whether it be a fixed wireless where you're shooting waves to locations on your homes, or you have fiber in the ground or above. And as I indicated in June, the NTIA increased fiber to include satellite. And that's, you know, I won't go into that discussion, but how do we develop that? So we looked at the potential cost increase and staff implications that it would be for the county to do that. And what we came up with is a strategy that the county, you'll see this a couple of slides later, the county established some relationship with a broadband management team, and really look at developing funding opportunities and other matters so that the private sector, those private companies, can come in and do this, so it's not on the back of a taxpayer. Part of the problem with that is when we did the first NOFO, the Notice of Funding Opportunity that Juan mentioned, you know, we had a great idea, a great NOFO. The county had some funding that they could leverage as match for some of the grant applications. But at the end of the day, when a private contractor says, you know, my ROI to be able to put in this multi-million-dollar project, and there's no guarantee that I'll get customers, you know, I'm upside down, and I don't know if I really want to take that risk. So this is a strategy that's going to take some time to kind of develop. So if you go to the next slide, include it with your ICIP, right? Start looking at, like I said, broadband is a utility. It's defined now by the FCC as a utility. So you need to be able to take a look at including projects like that, and that would be up to the county commission on how they prioritize it, but include that projects. And I think Juan did in this year's ICIP as part of a project request or ICIP listing of a project that may be developed down the road. The other one would be initiate a broadband utility service development requirement. I know the county has taken the lead and has been very successful in getting affordable housing built, not just talked about, but actually implemented and built. But when you go into these developments, there's service agreements out there where you have to bring wastewater to the site, or you have to, you know, get water rights to transfer in. I think a good recommendation now is to actually sit down with the SLDC. And I told the city this as well, and look at it as a development requirement that broadband is a part of their utility package when they bring in these plans for development. And then the last project, the city has been very successful. They're going to be looking at new funding of really providing Wi-Fi accessibility locations in their parks. They've already been doing it in their libraries, but in their parks and their open space properties, although limited in range, we could go up there right now and be able to log on to free Wi-Fi and do tasks within a certain radius of each of these locations. So I know the county has many parks, many open space properties, and as they start looking at developing projects, I think that would be one of those low-hanging fruits, if you will, that you could actually get some Wi-Fi out into communities. Next slide, please. The next kind of goal was to promote digital equity. And we've talked about establishing a broadband office. One of the strategies is to look at the model that we put in place for the film office. However, when that idea came about, I think we could have probably done a better job at that time to really look at what the impacts were. So there could be an opportunity for the county to test that idea of centralizing a location through some type of arrangement, so that you have a subject matter expert that can work with both government entities, contractors, ISPs, and the public to really assist in getting the broadband networks or infrastructures, their ability to assist people out there. And one of the ways that we would look at that is the board down the road, and again, this is just a recommendation, is develop a broadband committee, which would include community members from the entire county, ISPs, internet service providers, and staff on providing recommendations for improving the access and promoting digital equity. I think that's, you talked about that in a couple of the previous presentations and items. The community knows better than anybody on what is going on in their areas. And similar to the survey, I think that survey needs to be taken the next step now and really start digging into it. And this is a way to help that move forward. Next slide, please. Partner with ISPs to identify potential cost-effective programs. I get calls and emails all the time trying to link households, school children with ISPs that they can provide affordable pricing in their areas. So we pull up the maps, try to find out where the closest infrastructure is and what ISPs are listed as providing service in there. I think a broadband office would have that at their hands. It wouldn't take somebody like me going through maps and that time to get back to somebody to be able to help. A big one for me is a digital equity and community outreach pilot program. We just had the presentation on seniors. And I'm in that, I'm 60, getting 60 also. So I'm in that demographic that'll be there pretty soon. And I today still have problems doing my banking online. And I think a lot of people do. And I think if somebody would have sat down, or I'd have taken some classes, if I had internet, there's digital navigators out there that really can assist the community, seniors, youth, everybody on how to navigate the internet. You see stories every day about scams and things going wrong with the internet. I think we need to be in a position as a society to help those that need the help and get them the skills to be able to use broadband, internet, their devices properly, at least on the front end, right? What they do after that, we can't control. But with that digital equity and community outreach pilot program, I think that's a good step in getting the help, like me, get my comfort level on doing online banking. And then all of these, I think, is developing a messaging. I think when you have communication plans, you need to include them with everybody, not just your SLDC maps and showing where your homeowners associations are. I'm talking a much broader messaging program. And then the last thing in this one is really, I think, although different situations, partnering or collaborating with the city on their efforts, I think is fundamental. Most of those responses that I said really came from the city of Santa Fe incorporated areas. And I think if you only look at what happens outside the city, you're missing some of the potential advocacy if you're not working collectively together. Next slide, please. And then the last one, of course, is economic development. And we talked about the service, the commercial development. Same thing for commercial and industrial. Commercial developments is make sure they bring broadband along with their other utilities that are required to be provided as part of their development. And then the last thing is broadband business centers. There's different models in different places. Senior centers and libraries are great locations. I know Juan has been working with North Central on doing some similar work. It's to be able to establish some centralized locations, maybe for digital navigators as well, where people can come in. If they're starting a new business, they need to download forms and corporation forms, et cetera, this is a good opportunity to assist them and identifying them in their searches where they can locate their business at. Infrastructure and broadband is an important factor. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we're recommending that the county also, in addition to the goals and objectives, is really coordinate the county process. I think it's important that the county build on interagency contributions. There has to be some consistency and, more importantly, clarity on broadband deployment policies. Optimize public assets. I think the county could do a real good service for itself and its residents if they looked at the coordination of the USB. And those could be anything, right? It could be county owned or operator or controlled or for available for county use. And what you're really trying to do is take advantage of not only public assets, but also identify the private assets and see if there's some leveraging between the two that'll make it more feasible for private ISPs and contractors to invest in county broadband. Next slide, please. And then the last two is really invest in the infrastructure. And you don't want to have any violations of the Anti-Donation Act or anything like that. But if there was an operator out there that could provide the middle mile, then you could partner with them to provide the last mile, similar to a water line. The water line goes through and it's shared in multiple different places. That could be a good model to partner on infrastructure. And then when there's new shared infrastructure, and you identify the areas in the county that would be beneficial, make sure the county's out there with them rather than waiting to see what they will do. I think that in the long run will serve the county better to meet its own broadband goals and to meet those vision and guiding principles that they have about equity and accessibility. And if you build on that, partnering with them, which we tried to do up front, it didn't get there, but I think building upon that early work that we did with that funding program back in November through March, I think this is the types of things where you can really look at the public-private partnerships or joint ventures, if you will, that there's a public benefit in all these things, and make sure that the county continues identifying those potential projects. And I think that's it. I'll shut up now.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Tony, thank you very much. And thank you, Juan. Thank you, Leandro. And, this is, to me, the start of a long story, and it's actually a middle chapter because actually Santa Fe County has a long history in broadband, and that's part of what I would hope that we studied in retrospect, and also as what that puts us forward and where we look forward. So the first part of this is that, Santa Fe County is part of ReadyNet, a 9-jurisdiction organization that has facilitated, and overcome potential roadblocks with tribal, issues, and making sure that we had easements and right-of-ways across the tribes. And so this is an asset that we have, that we're members of, and I think that that's something that should be have a page or two in this to understand what the value of ReadyNet is to Santa Fe County. So, for instance, if we wanted to have broadband make it all the way up to Espanola, we have to negotiate. We don't anymore because we have this ReadyNet agreement. But if we didn't have ReadyNet, we'd have to go across Tesuque, we'd have to go across Pojoaque, we'd have to go across Santa Clara, and these have been negotiated as a part of ReadyNet. So there's a true value to that, and ReadyNet does have a sunset in the next few years, and so we should be starting to plan on what the next version or a renewal of ReadyNet is discussed here. Additionally, I look at this in a couple different ways. First off, there's county needs, and I think there should be a report as to our needs for our facilities, and so those are direct needs for our operations, for our senior centers, for our communications across our specific needs. Then I would say that there's community needs. Those are for our general population and constituents and residents. And then our anchor needs. And the anchors are our hospitals that are not quite constituents, but are also not quite county operations. So hospitals, other different types of uses like that, schools, hospitals, and so on. I was a part of, when I was working at the Chamber of Commerce, and worked with the county and the city to create the Plaza Wi-Fi. And so that was, we may not even know that exists, but there's free Wi-Fi on the Santa Fe Plaza 2 blocks from here. And a lot of that early money actually came from Santa Fe County, because at the time, Chris Heyer, who was our economic development officer manager for the county, worked with the city and the Chamber of Commerce to get that facilitated. And that's a good model for how we could do that all over the county here. So we've done it in the past. I like the idea of including this into the SLDC, whether you call it the dig once sort of policy, or if you include it in every development plan. If we do all of those apartments we're approving, like the ones that are going to come later today, that should have fiber to every unit, right? And so when we pass that development, we just plug and play, and all of those units are lit up with a diversity of options, not just Comcast for cable, which locks people into a singular vendor, but fiber actually allows for many more options in that. Again, that was mentioned a little bit of senior training. I think that's a great opportunity for us when we talk about equity and accessibility. I've heard it from seniors in our community centers that they want to learn how to use a computer, right? How to talk to their family in California or wherever they are, and talk to their grandchildren. There's a program out of Albuquerque, Trish Lopez, and has a program called Teen Years. It's pretty cool, and I think the city's engaged with them. I think we should be looking at engaging with them to have a program at all of our senior centers. We did this with a GWEP funding, so this was grant writing and engineering and planning fund. We have we met with some folks from the state last week, and they said, please apply for the next phase of this. And so I recommend that we go get the next phase of GWEP funding to really dig into some projects that we can do, because that's part of the engineering and the planning part of this program here. And then lastly, in some of my, or two more things, sorry. One is that there were a couple providers that were not specifically mentioned in this. ComNet is now already coming to the community, and Ripple Fiber has talked about building into the La Cienega and Agua Fria Village area. I think we should be engaging them. And then when we look at this map, the list of all of these providers, many of these providers don't reach the whole county. So to sort of add a provider that doesn't actually get all the county, I think a map should have some overlays and different layers to show where the footprint of these folks are and where they could easily expand to, so that we can, identify who they are and what they're doing. And then lastly, I hope we can look at some best practices that some other counties, whether it's in New Mexico or other places in the United States, what are other counties doing that we can then build off of and use those examples. Los Alamos, for instance, is going all in with a community broadband project. It's massive, but it's a small footprint, so maybe that doesn't work for us, but it's an interesting thing to see what our neighbors are doing. There's a lot of questions in there, but that's just mostly comments at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, just could you, because I get my wireless internet from LCWA, and is that part of this whole plan to create broadband? I mean, it's not technically broadband, but it's broad enough for me.
Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner, so La Cañada Wireless Association is a member group that is actively expanding broadband in their area. So they are an ISP, and in fact, they were one of the respondents when we issued the NOFO last year, that ultimately withdrew because of the technical changes for the program. So yes, they are an ISP. We do work with them on a number of different issues, including some sightings that they're requesting. And they were recently in the NGRC building, and that's where they had their head in. So I don't know if that answers your question, but they are an ISP, and we have been working with them.
Well, that's one of them, but I guess I'm wondering, isn't there satellite internet you can get? I mean, can't you be any place in the county and get some kind of internet?
So, Commissioner and Commissioners, that was the basis of the changes to the federal program, which is that the previous program had identified fiber as the preferred method for delivery, and when the new administration came in, they reversed that and said whatever type of technology is available. The difference, I would say, is that fiber in the ground is infrastructure. Paying for a receiver from a satellite is service. So as long as you keep paying for the service, you'll get it. The moment that you stop, you no longer get the service. Whereas fiber in the ground allows other entities to tap into that resource and expand fiber in other areas.
But I guess the question is the satellite internet becoming almost as good as the in-ground internet?
Commissioner and Commissioners, I would not say that that's the case. It's become a better product because of the proliferation of the satellites that we can now see in the sky at night. But there are still conditional issues that will affect it, weather, clouds, etc. So when we were focusing and the federal government was focusing on expanding broadband infrastructure, it was above and beyond just whether you can get broadband at any given point at some time. It's about how to leverage the resources that we're putting in the ground to ultimately expand that in the future. And satellite, they'll put more satellites up, but again, it's not infrastructure, it's a service. And so you keep paying the money, you'll get the service. You can't leverage that as an infrastructure to do other things or attract. In our case, economic development, our goal is to try to attract businesses that might utilize broadband as part of their commercial needs. They can get a satellite dish and they can start getting service. But if we're trying to get to the place where there's the fiber that ends here and we need to extend it to attract those companies, and that's kind of the infrastructure component.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as we discovered, you had to keep paying Comcast to get Comcast service. And when they doubled our price, my wife got mad and switched us to LCWA. And the price doesn't go up. But anyway, thanks for your answer.
Certainly, and I got to say, I think that Las Cañadas is a really great organization. We still have an issue at La Bajada, the village of La Bajada, and they were trying very much to try to help us help them, and so they're very good partners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I appreciate the presentation. I didn't catch your last name, Tony. What was Mr.
Flores.
Flores, Mr. Flores and Mr. Torres and Mr. Cordova. This is so important, and as we look at educational gaps, I remember during COVID and after, I worked on my day job, communities statewide, and this is one of the priorities they wanted to work on, including some of the tribes. And I just want to mention, I saw interviews, focus groups. I didn't see anything in the report, and it's so important to see qualitative analysis and themes and key compelling statements from the community. Do you have any of that? Either of you?
Those, Madam Chair, Commissioner, those are all driven by the Santa Fe County Broadband Community Survey. So we use that as the foundational document. That's why I mentioned it in my presentation.
Okay.
This is not a normal spot. Yeah. So those are all the county put out a broadband survey. Those responses that are included in that document were the foundational document for the accessibility along with the data sets from different organizations. What the board is seeing today is a small presentation of a 300-page document that includes that type of information.
Okay, that's great to know then.
And so, Commissioner and Commissioners, that survey was done at the BEAD challenge phase. So just to bring everybody back, at one point, to Tony's point about there was ISPs that said that they had the areas covered. The northern New Mexico was completely covered. And it was our responsibility to challenge that assertion. As part of what that challenge was, we initiated the survey as well as on the ground surveys of different areas, as well as technical assistance from experts. We ultimately prevailed in our challenge that said, no, a certain company, which will remain nameless, in fact, does not have the technical capabilities to claim to extend coverage to those areas. But that survey was limited in scope to that challenge process. What we did discuss, and we haven't gotten to that point yet, is continuing the surveying, continuing the communication to get more feedback. And so we would certainly be interested in getting any specific questions that you would be interested in to put out in a future survey so that we can gather more data.
Okay, thank you. And so I understand then Tony's from Motiva?
Motiva Corporation,
Okay.
yes.
How much should we contract out to do this survey and this research in their contract? I must have been before I came on.
So their contract was $100,000.
Oh, okay.
And we utilized the GWEP funding for that contract.
Got it.
The surveys were done outside of Motiva. We had been working on it for a couple of years through a Vista volunteer and other resources. Plus, we had directed resources for broadband activities.
I appreciate that. So where I'm going with this is, as we're looking at model programs that Commissioner Green mentioned, I wanted to mention during COVID and after, statewide, both with the tribes, and then I'm going to specifically highlight Sunland Park. Comadres there started Mamacitas Cibernéticas. And it was to do digital health literacy and what we call chanclas on the ground with local gente in communities that spoke Spanish, communities that might be fearful of coming out to public spaces to see where the gaps are. So as we're thinking about community engagement, we keep drilling down to these are the communities that are most disenfranchised, that can't afford these services in their homes. Can we bring them more to expanded library hours? Can we put broadband in all our HUD housing spaces and the Boys and Girls Club so every resident in our HUD housing communities has broadband without a cost? These are ways to create equity. And the Mamacitas Cibernéticas was so effective. I worked with them with a grant to do digital stories. That digital story influenced, and Senator Ben Ray Lujan went and invested money in one of the colonias north of Las Cruces. And I think that it's powerful when we really do center communities and understanding how we really need to invest in broadband. I'm not sure of having an office, I'm not poo-pooing it, is going to accomplish not a lot. Maybe we need to have cyber or broadband hubs. I've been talking to the School of Architecture. They're starting with the County of Bernalillo to have hubs and plug-in spaces for charging for people who are homeless. I'd like to do that here in Santa Fe County. It's low cost, and the architects and the people working on it, I want to go visit that and see what they're doing there. I think there's some creative solutions that we could do that would be some low-hanging fruit. And then finally, I didn't know if we are, I looked, because I know Governor Lujan Grisham has done a lot with bringing Broadband Summit and coordination with the state of New Mexico. And they have the Office of Broadband that's looking at access and expansion. Are we already working with them?
Commissioner Carrie Stone and commissioners, yes, we've been working with the Office of Broadband Adoption and Expansion from day one. It's the last 3 years. And we most recently met with them a week ago.
Thank you so much. And I think that intergovernmental and whatever resources they can provide as well. So thank you.
Carrie Stone and commissioners, they've been a great help and a great resource to us. I want to underscore and emphasize that the report/plan that you're presented with today is a draft. And so what we're looking for is exactly like the comments that you're making going forward, so that we can incorporate those comments and then come back to this commission with something that is more reflective of your comments today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Torres. So yeah, you just mentioned that this is a draft, and I look forward to reading this much longer document. I do see the table of contents mentions beginning on page 224, Phase 3B, the strategic plan, but the document ends at 224. Is that an error in the submission of the document, or is there a strategic plan that's forthcoming? I know you don't have access to the document, but I can assure you that the document ends at page 224. So one cannot look at the Phase 3B strategic plan in the document posted on the agenda.
And I don't know if Tony's still on, but I think the Phase 3, and I'll have to go back into the documents to look, referred to the kind of action plan for executing projects, which we flipped on its head to have Motiva assist us in the BEAD funding opportunity. They do, on their executive summary on page 7 through 19, identify 5 specific projects with dollar amounts that they recommend, and that totals something like $13 million. And they also recommend 3 specific programs. But I will take a look at that to make sure that if there's any piece that's missing, is that Tony? Or
Yeah, so, Commissioner, Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes. So Phase 3 was done first. So the body of the document inside, it references on that, on that last page, that document was delivered back in May of last year, and those recommendations and findings are in the implementation of the bigger document. So the strategic plan, which was done first, is basically included all the projects that Juan just identified.
Okay, I feel confused by that.
So the county had us do things in a reverse order. So we did all the projects before we did the strategic plan because of timing with BEAD. So within the document, you're going to find all the projects that we identified that were done prior to Phase 3A. So the entire document itself has all the projects, costs, the entire deal to actually do a strategic plan.
Okay. I'm not sure I fully understand that, but that's okay. We can move on. This is a presentation after all. My sense, and thank you for the presentation. My sense is that this is has a little bit of like a shotgun quality to it, in the sense that it feels like we just need to increase broadband access and understand that strategic sort of priority as number one in order to enact the others. So I would like, I would be interested to see a little bit more concretely what the roadmap is to getting more broadband access in the first place, whether that's laying fiber or whether that is, I'm not sure if this would go under ICIP, but have, leasable, remote fixed wireless, something like that, right? That is infrastructure that the county could own and also lease out. It doesn't have to be the ISP. So I'm sort of interested in the next steps for the concrete providing of broadband. And I think that these other programs have a lot of value. I agree with Commissioner Kakari-Stone that I think a broadband office seems like the cart before the horse. You didn't put it that way, but I'll put it that way. Because we need to sort of have the infrastructure in place in order to do those kinds of things. I absolutely support digital equity, and economic development is sort of central to this. In fact, it seems like the sort of keystone that makes us, want to engage with this. So I guess I will look into this report a little bit more to try to tease those out. But I want to know the roadmap for just getting the infrastructure on the ground.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, thank you for bringing that up. That's kind of why I stepped up, is to explain next steps. As Commissioner Green mentioned, there's more GWEP money, so we would like to apply for some more GWEP money to explore some of the recommendations in the plan. There's also recently released an opportunity, OBE released a funding opportunity for community connections. So we want to pursue that as well. Our IT department has been looking at how to connect all of our outlying buildings for a while now, and this may provide us an opportunity to connect a few on someone else's dime and then create some of those community spaces. Besides the feedback you're giving us today, we're open to feedback for the next couple weeks while we continue to work on the implementation of the plan with our internal staff, and then we'll pursue those other funding opportunities. And then we would like to eventually take it back to OBE for a technical review before we bring it to the board for a final adoption. So thank you for all your feedback today. Everybody's thoughts and comments are very useful for us to continue to do the best we can with the plan.
Thanks, Andrew.
And Commissioner Johnson, I would also point out that above and beyond the plan and the components of the plan, there is still an active NTIA project that has been awarded to Plateau, and they are actively running fiber down Highway 14, and we are working very closely with them to leverage that broadband infrastructure that's going to go all the way down to Tejeras. So we're working on that. At the same time, there is a 1,000-foot buffer zone on either side whereby we can make requests for them to make connections at this stage of the game. So we're working very closely with them. And then we were recently informed that there has been an ISP that has received a preliminary award by BEAD, and that company has reached out to us, and we're actively reviewing the information that they're going to provide us. And once we evaluate that information, we may be coming back to this body to bring another project for your consideration for a potential funding match.
Great. Let's hope that works out. Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have more? The one thing that I would say for the southern part of the county is the big request. I see that you put on to, actually you didn't put entrepreneurial. That's the part that we're leaving out. But we talked about business since I have had a number of constituents in the Madrid, Cerrillos, and La Cienega areas, especially in the Madrid and Cerrillos, who are artists and can't have any of their online selling of their art. So there are a number of different reasons why it would be, I think entrepreneurship should be on the list, not just jobs, but entrepreneurship, because it is a growing way that people are doing business. So appreciate that. Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take our matters from the county manager, commissioners, etc., our public hearings on proposed ordinances that are to be heard no earlier than 5:00 p.m. It is 5:35, and I do understand that the parties who are here to work with us on or present the ordinance for authorizing the issuance and sale of Santa Fe County, New Mexico multifamily housing revenue obligations is in the House. So if we could, we would ask to open for that purpose. Is that something that you would see no problem with, Attorney Boyd?
Chair Bustamante, no, I don't. I believe that you would need a consensus of the commissioners to proceed in that fashion, having approved the agenda earlier. But I don't see there's no prohibition against you all proceeding in that.
Okay. Do I I'm going to make a motion that we move directly to the public hearings, item 12.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. A second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're moving on to public hearings on the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Jonathan Butler, Director of Community Development. We also have Peter Franklin, our bond counsel here. We have Dominium Development and Acquisition, LLC. They are present online. We also have our Deputy Community Development Director Denise Benavides is also online just in case we have questions. I'm going to give sort of an intro, and then I'm going to cede to Peter, and then I perhaps will come back up and just wrap up with a few highlights that I think are relevant for you all in your discussion. Dominion Development and Acquisition LLC has applied for the issuance of up to $70 million in Santa Fe County multifamily housing revenue bonds to finance the Turquoise Trail project, a 312-unit affordable housing development. The project will expand the county's affordable housing options while posing no financial risk to the county, as the bonds will be repaid solely from the project revenues. In 2024, the Board of County Commissioners approved resolution number 2024-124, expressing support for the Turquoise Trail affordable housing project and authorizing staff to begin preparing the necessary bond documents. Since that time, county staff and the developer, Dominion Development and Acquisition LLC, have worked with the county attorney's office, outside bond counsel, and financial advisors to finalize the financing structure for the proposed project. To make the development financially feasible, the developer has requested the issuance of up to $70 million in multifamily housing revenue bonds. These bonds are a common tool used to support affordable housing and by providing access to tax-exempt financing. The proposed financing structure includes both senior and subordinate lien bonds. The senior bonds are expected to serve as the project's permanent financing and will be purchased by Freddie Mac upon the completion of construction. The subordinate bonds will provide construction period financing and are expected to be purchased by Collier Securities LLC. I'm going to ask Peter to come up and join me and talk a little bit about the ordinance itself and what it authorizes and the documents that you all would be looking at approving. Peter, you want to?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Peter Franklin with Modrell Sperling. We're the county's bond counsel. Actually, Jonathan said most of what I had planned to say about the ordinance. Very good work. Basically, so what I'll do is talk about the forms of documents that the ordinance approves. The first is a ground lease. The purpose of the ground lease is to provide a property tax abatement for the project. The term of the lease is not yet actually in the form of lease, but it will be 50 years or whenever the project ceases to be a housing project under the municipal housing law, whichever occurs first. I think the important thing to know about the ground lease is that unlike in a commercial lease where if the county's the landlord and the developer were the tenant, if the developer were to default on the lease, the county would kick the developer off the property eventually. In this case, really it's the opposite. What happens is the ground lease would be terminated, the project would return to the property tax rolls and would become subject to property taxes. I will say that the way the transaction is structured, the senior lenders would almost certainly act to cure any default before the project actually became taxable and was no longer a housing project. Let's see, so I think the important thing about both the ground lease and really all the documents is that the county has is not pledging any of its own resources, its general revenues. It's really not pledging anything except the revenue generated by the project. That's what pays debt service on the bonds. That's the only source of funds that the county is actually legally able to use toward the project. There are also extensive indemnity provisions in the documents so that if there is a problem, if somebody gets injured, if there's any sort of lawsuit for damages, the developer is obligated to fully indemnify the county in that instance. The other forms of documents being approved are a funding loan agreement pursuant to which Deutsche Bank will loan money to the county, which in turn will loan money to the developer. The second loan occurs through a project loan agreement. There's also a subordinate loan agreement, which will be funded by proceeds of subordinate lien bonds issued by the county to provide for additional construction financing. There's a subordinated indenture pursuant to which the subordinate lien bonds will be issued. There is a limited offering memorandum which describes the project. The developer says a little bit about the county, but really only that the county is legally authorized to enter into this transaction and has no economic responsibility for the project other than to use the revenues generated by the project to pay debt service on the bonds. Lastly, there's a tax regulatory agreement pursuant to which the county and the developer agree to take whatever steps are necessary to maintain the tax-exempt status of interest paid on the bonds. And that really addresses primarily maintaining the project as affordable and that sort of thing. I think the last thing I would say is that the ordinance delegates authority to the chair, the county manager, and I think the phrasing is the other officers of the Board of County Commissioners. I think that must include the county clerk, to take whatever steps are necessary to have the bonds issued and to carry out the transactions contemplated in the loan agreements that I described, the lease agreement, and so on.
Thank you, Peter. I will also say if there are material changes that are necessary, you all have to approve that. So it would have to come back to you and approve it. I'm just going to give a few highlights that I think you all would be interested to know. I mean, this is a $209 million proposed project, of which we are looking at our bonds at being about 70 million of that. The project is also really significant for families. Oftentimes when we contemplate affordable housing development and we think about the margins of which we are trying to do these developments on, we are thinking about either shrinking units or we're thinking about one-bedroom units or studio units. But the proposed project is 122 bedroom apartments, 132 three-bedroom apartments, and 64 bedroom apartments. And I think you all have members in your community who are extremely interested in how we can ensure opportunities, particularly at higher bedroom thresholds, that ensure populations are served at lower area median incomes. The last thing I'll say as a highlight is it guarantees that at least 40% of the units are for persons and families at or below 60% of the area median income. That is really significant for us in our community and largely a part of why we are so excited about the potential development. I will pause right there. I'm not sure if our friends at Dominium have any additional comments to add, and Chair, I will leave it to your discretion on how you'd like to continue to move forward with the question and answer period.
Thank you. Are there additional questions? Commissioner Johnson.
I have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about something that was just described by the gentleman behind you, whose name I'm blanking on.
Peter Franklin.
Peter, thank you. So I absolutely support this project, and I know that there are no dumb questions, but there are legal ones that I can't answer myself. So you provided a scenario in which if there was a default on the lease agreement, the property management company would be in a situation where the land reverted to some status that I don't understand, and the property tax would then be applied to that. So I'm not trying to be paranoid, but is there some risk of this as a way to nullify affordable housing commitments because it returns to a structure that has no tax benefit to the management company? Is there some sort of scenario where the affordable housing agreement could be deemed null from some sort of, in other words, to put it in layman's terms, which I am, previously affordable units could turn to market rate. They would pay property tax, but they would suddenly be market rate apartments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Member Johnson, I can't think of a situation in which that would actually occur because the lenders have an overriding interest in keeping the project affordable. The tax credit investors have an overriding interest in making sure that happens. And so any uncured default on the part of the project management company or the beneficial owner of the project would almost certainly be cured. I suppose in a meltdown scenario, it's possible that that would not happen. In that case, there would be a project that, in effect, the county and the lenders would own. But I really can't envision that happening.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know it seems like a kind of like wild scenario, but I just want to make sure we have in the past experienced, low or limited durations of affordability that then just flip into market rate, and I want to make sure we're not doing that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any further questions? Yeah. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you. By the way, I heard every word you said because I was listening to you while I was walking around the building. So don't worry about the fact that I walked out. It's easier for me to listen when I'm walking. But my question is just, what's the mixture of AMIs? I mean, 30, 40, 60, 80%. What mixture of apartments are we doing?
Yeah, we know that there is a minimum threshold of at least 40% of the units has to be required to be at 60% or below. My assumption is as the project continues to pencil and Dominium is on the line, they could answer this question in more detail. They're going to have a spread of the ranges in AMI based on what the financials will be to make sure that the revenues are produced. I'm not sure if the folks from Dominium can hear me and heard Commissioner Hughes' question to provide an additional answer to that.
Yeah, I can take that one. This is Abby. Can you guys hear me all right?
We can.
Yes. Great. Our project is going to be 100%.
May I interrupt? May I interrupt briefly? Chair, just because this is not a staff presentation, this is a member of the public, technically, we would need to go deal with this as testimony. So,
Okay.
so if we could have Ms. Perez be sworn by the clerk before she...
Okay, thank you. Yes. Did you understand the statement from the attorney? You will need to be sworn in from the county clerk, who I will hand it over to now.
Thank you. Will you please raise your right hand? Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you understand you're under oath in order for your testimony to be valid.
Abby Perez. I work for Dominium, and I am at 9000 East Pima Parkway in Phoenix, Arizona.
And you understand that you're under oath?
And I understand I am under oath, correct?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. So now you may speak for the record.
Thank you. Yep, we do have 312 apartments, and we are going to be a 60% AMI project. We, except for 2 of our units, which are going to be 50% AMI.
Thank you.
Of course.
Does that answer your question?
So all of them are 60% except for 2 apartments?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Chair, I
Yes.
believe there needs to be an opportunity for anyone
Oh,
who's a member of
anyone,
the
is
public.
there anyone online who wishes to speak to this issue?
Chair Bustamante, I don't see anybody raising their hand online.
Okay, do we have anyone in the chamber who wishes to speak to this issue? Seeing none, if there are no further comments, Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we vote towards an ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale of Santa Fe County, New Mexico multifamily housing revenue obligations, also known as Turquoise Trail Project.
Second. And I second it.
Ooh. We have a motion from Lisa Kokari-Stone.
I think I get to second it because it's in my district.
Commissioner Kokari-Stone, apologize.
Hughes can have it.
And the second is Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have to do a roll call.
We have
don't
to do a roll call?
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Adam Johnson
Yes.
and Commissioner Justin Green. Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kokari-Stone.
Yes.
And Chair Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ordinance carries. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Back to our schedule under item 9, matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I want to provide the ordinance number for the record.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so it's 2025-02.
02. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are back to matters for the county manager.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I have 3 relatively brief updates. First, I wanted to announce to the general public, but also make sure that each of you as county commissioners have received an invitation from the Santa Fe Community College for a groundbreaking for the film and television backlot training site, of which Santa Fe County, through action of the Board of County Commissioners, is a prime upfront funder. So that groundbreaking will take place on October 21st, next Tuesday, from 10 to 11:30 a.m. at the Santa Fe Community College. As I understand it, it is next to the William C. Witter Fitness Education Center is where the actual groundbreaking will take place. Secondly, I wanted to also make sure that the public was aware and that individual commissioners were aware of a reopening ceremony of the Abaddon Lopez Senior Center in Santa Cruz, along with the Boys and Girls Club that is located right next to the Senior Center. That reopening ceremony will take place on October 22nd from 11 a.m. To 1 p.m. Finally, I did want to reiterate for the board what I believe I've communicated to each of you individually, which is that we continue to work with the First Behavioral Health Region relative to the implementation of so-called Senate Bill 3, or the Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act. The deadline for our region to apply for planning funds was extended to October 31st to allow for more outreach and coordination with the sovereign nations that are part of the first behavioral health region. Santa Fe County has volunteered to be the accountable entity, to be the point person with the state relative to the development of the regional plan for the region, which is a necessary precondition to our region accessing funds under Senate Bill 3. So we'll continue to work with our partners in the region to hopefully reach consensus on an accountable entity to coordinate those regional planning efforts. But I did want you to know that Santa Fe County did step up and volunteer to serve the region in that role, while also, with respect, indicating that we would also support and work collaboratively with any other appropriate entity that had the capacity and the interest in doing that. Those are my miscellaneous updates. Thank you, Chair Bustamante.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Matters from the County Commission and other elected officials. We'll start from Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I had a little bit of a lighter schedule in the last couple of weeks, but I attended the North Central Regional Transit District's monthly board meeting, and we look forward to Nicholas Sofel coming on as the new executive director there. Not much else to report from that meeting. I had a community meeting in Glorieta regarding the La Jolla Road issues on La Jolla Road, including speeding, excess traffic, meaning using it as a point of access to a number of different major trafficked roads, and flooding issues. I'd say a majority of the property owners along that road came, and it was a good first step to community outreach, because repairing that road may require some taking in order to actually create a safe roadway that also properly drains. So we had a productive conversation, I would say, and I want to thank the roads team, Aaron and Ryan specifically, for coming out to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Kukari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, she had to leave, but I wanted to welcome Olivia Padilla. She's the new Constituent Services Liaison for District 2, working with me. Olivia comes to us in the county with state legislative experience, is an analyst for the House Majority, as well as previous deputy communications experience. She worked for Senator Udall. She also was a legislative fellow for the House of Representatives in Congress. She has a master's of business administration, and she has a communications journalist degree. I'm super excited. She's from northern New Mexico, the Mora area, and she's super thrilled to be here. So please welcome her and give her any tips you can about who's who in the county and who to contact to. We're going to serve our District 2 residents in Santa Fe County together as a team. And one other positive announcement is just another plug for the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area 2025 Rio Grande Fiesta de los Luceros Historic Site Balloon Glow. That is the following weekend, October 25th and 26th, but I'm not going to see you folks again in Chambers until after. Come to the morning sessions, the Ascensions at 6:45 and 7:45 on Sunday, and the Saturday Balloon Glow is from 6 to 9. We are a supporter. I don't think we contributed dollars, but we're supporting them and helping advertise. I'll be volunteering, so bring your families out.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just have a few things. I want to thank the roads crew and everyone in emergency response who made sure there was sand and sandbags throughout the county. This has been particularly difficult for community members in the La Cienega area. I know that Chimayo has also had issues. In La Cienega, we have 2 residences that have sustained significant damage, and the sandbags help a lot. What did become evident is that we don't really have enough resources to help people fill those bags, and 2 of those individuals, the 2 whose houses were flooded, were not able to do it very easily on their own, and they did, and I'm very, very proud of them for making that effort. But what it really highlighted, and I really would love to see happen, and I think from where I am in the south part of Santa Fe County, are the CERTs. We had a CERT, the Community Emergency Response Teams. They are local teams, and our former emergency manager had one specifically out of Santa Fe Community College, and it was staff. It was not students who went and supported the Chimayo walk, various things, handing out water, anything that all of a sudden we needed to have some type of volunteerism that isn't firefighting. It's very basic stuff. It's, doing things like filling sandbags or getting people water if there's something that's not happening. And that is definitely the case in this area where we have elderly folks who are unable to fill their own sandbags, or community members whose wells flooded, and now we haven't, and we don't as a county have any mechanism for boil water advisories. That would be through the New Mexico Environment Department. But I will speak just from personal experience. If my well flooded and I'm on a hill, there are people who are in the lower parts of this community who I'm sure their wells may be compromised. And I say may, it really depends on how deep the well is. I happen to know mine was relatively shallow. Relatively speaking, 66 feet is pretty shallow. Some others are 100 to 200 feet, but helping people understand if your well was filled with water, you probably want to have it sampled for E. coli or any other bacterial contamination that would have been entered. So my goal is to move forward on getting community emergency response teams moved up. I also spent last week, so I was not at the WPAC meeting as I would have normally been, but I was with ECHO, the Hispanics Enjoying Camping, Hunting, and the Outdoors, HCLC, which is the Hispanic Conservation Leadership Committee. And I personally went to 20-some different offices. No, I went to 10 offices. What am I talking about? But altogether, we went to a lot more. I don't know where I was going with that one. It just seemed like a lot, okay? It was overwhelming. But very specifically to address the issue of the public land sell-off, which is still very much a concern for people. We went to some very, let's say conservative, for those who are really looking at the public land sell-off, and went to those offices, all Southwest region, in making sure that, Utah has ski valleys. What does it mean to having those public ski valleys up for sale? As well as, oh, good night, look at southern Utah, it's beautiful. I mean, they have arches, they have a lot going on in the southern part of that state. So that was one. Texas, we have one big concern if mining is resumed in the Pecos. So I did go with a former county commissioner, was with the group from San Miguel County, specifically with regard to protecting the water from Pecos to the Pecos. And I say that because I understand that they were corrected, and it's really a group in Texas, from Pecos to Pecos, to protect that waterway. And I speak specifically for that because that same aquifer goes right through District 3. So once it's all messed up, we don't have clean water from the Pecos to the Pecos. So that was very much part of the conversation, as well as a number of other agenda items in how to get more money to our national parks and our forestry services so that they are staffed and funded. So that was a very good trip. And the next is, I'm going to ask Attorney Boyd or Manager Schaefer what it will take to have an official ask to the city of Santa Fe in the interest of having a partnership in the development of a new wastewater treatment facility. I have been not just nudged, but what's happening there from the people in the La Cieneguilla area who are the not brand new happy recipients of a brand new baby PFAS issue. They're very concerned, and having what I have said over and over since probably my 20s is that it's long been an environmental justice issue. And if there is a way for Santa Fe County to work with the city of Santa Fe and also assuring that people in the Agua Fria area can get hooked up to wastewater system, it could be beneficial for both. But I really would like to find a way to formally request that this be broached with the city of Santa Fe and evaluated with a good report on what it would take to get an understanding of how this could be beneficial for both. What would that require? Resolution? What would it take to get someone to really move on that in an official capacity?
Chair Bustamante, I'm happy to discuss with you after today's meeting what approaches might be worthwhile. And I know that Manager Schaefer can probably bring more institutional knowledge to bear in terms of the history and what might be the strategically best approach. But I will say that because the subject you're discussing is not been put forward on the meeting agenda for today's meeting for discussion,
Certainly.
The better approach would be to follow up offline.
To follow up, so we can discuss the best approach for making this an official request. I appreciate that very much. And then lastly, I'm hoping that Leandro might be able to answer this. Given the flooding in one particular area, and I have been clear that it is not the county's fault that the terrain looks like it does. It's a hill that goes over to a place that is lower where these homes have been flooded. But the request from the neighborhood is to have an idea of when an official plan will be put in place. What's the engineering plan for mitigating the water from going into the lower part across from the roadway? So I put that out there as a request. I will follow up with either Leandro or Ryan Ward to be able to answer that, because the request is also to have a meeting with the engineer. And I will say I cannot thank Ryan Ward enough for having physically been present on that street 2 weeks ago, and the individuals who are asking did not attend that meeting. So I'm not necessarily going to take someone off schedule when we're working on a lot of issues to meet with a couple of people who had not been in attendance. But I would like to be able to provide them with an answer of how and when we'd be able to answer this for them. So that's what I have. Oh, and then lastly, it became apparent to someone in La Cienega that that community center doesn't quite match up to everyone else's. What? It's a lovely 1950s, maybe. I could be wrong. Maybe early 60s. It's adorable. But there is really a request for upgrading that. They had the sweetest library opening. It was precious. We had Senator Stefanik there. We had kids sitting on the floor reading, which is what we love to see. So it was very special. But the opportunity to enlarge it, make it more accessible to community, and get more parking, which is now available potentially in the area. So those are the issues that I have. Thank you for listening to that. And Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a couple of things. One is I want to mention I did have the town hall meeting on October 9th. It was sponsored by the El Dorado Community Improvement Association, so sort of a joint county homeowners association meeting. We had to move it to online because so many people were interested. They had scheduled it for a room that holds maybe 30 people, but 40 or 50 said they would come. So we did it online, which was a good thing because we control the questions, but they complained bitterly about being put online. It said we tried to control them. all this stuff. And literally every other comment was from one of them about AES, which we ignored at that time. So I'm going to have another town hall. I think I will do it in person, perhaps in this building, because this is the best place to do it securely. And we can do hybrid also, so hybrid meetings, so people can join. Most people will join online with logical questions. I suppose other people will come with little signs or something. I don't know. Anyway, it's a little bit stressful for me because this is the first time in 5 years as a commission I put up with this much backlash just on one vote I took. But I'm holding up. On other things, the Spur Ranch Road is still closed. They're trying to fix it. I know we're not going to get to, are able to help them in time fix it, but they need to raise $100,000, so they're hitting up everybody around them to raise the money. Some people, I met with them on the weekend, some people can't receive their mail because of that. It's because they can go, the mailman can't go around to meet them for some reason. Well, it's because they're in the Lamy zip code, but the El Dorado mailman could get to them, but the mailman from El Dorado can't carry out Lamy mail. The Lamy mailman can't. So they haven't gotten any mail since that big storm. They have to go down to the Pacheco station. So that's a concern to them. Other than that, I think there's some bridge damage in the bridge that, where Avenida El Dorado comes into 285 is pretty severely damaged. We're working on that. And the HVAC at the senior center has been going in and out all summer. Allegedly it's fixed, according to PJ. I hope so, because of course that's a good thing to complain about. Other than AES, they can complain about the HVAC. And I can talk about that at least. But other than that, yeah, another town hall meeting coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Okay, moving on in the agenda, matters from the county attorney. Attorney Boyd?
It doesn't appear there's anyone online, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone online, any other elected officials who
Chair-
would like to?
Chair Bustamante, no, there are no other elected officials online.
Thank you. I apologize for making the assumption. Okay, now we go to matters from the county attorney.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. As set forth on the agenda, there are 2 items for discussion in closed executive session. The basis for entering into executive session is for deliberations in connection with administrative adjudicatory proceedings, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(3) of the Open Meetings Act, and limited personnel matters as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(2) of the Open Meetings Act. And I'd be seeking a motion and a roll call vote to discuss those in closed session. Thank you.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss the items that Attorney Boyd just mentioned.
Second.
We have a motion to go into executive session for Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green, Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
and Chair Camilla Bustamante.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move to,
Would we have to come
We
back?
need to take a motion to leave executive session.
Do we have a motion to come back into session?
I was going to do that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do.
I move to end executive session, noting that we only discussed items noticed on the agenda.
I second that.
We have a motion to come out of executive session by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
We are officially out of executive session. We have a final decision, item B, including findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the final decision, including findings of fact and conclusions of law in regards to Rancho Viejo Limited Partnership, Rancho Viejo Solar LLC, AES Clean Energy Development LLC, applicants for their application of a conditional use permit, noting also the inclusion of a dissension by Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay,
And for those listening, we will get these written findings posted on board docs shortly, and they will be sent to all the applicant and the parties withstanding, along with instructions for filing an appeal.
thank you, Attorney Boyd, for making those public to everyone, and, Bless you. Good one. Yeah, that felt good. Okay, all right, if we have any further announcements? Hearing none, an action item to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
I second it.
We have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Hughes, second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Discussion? Not really. Not really. If I say discussion, it was already closed, so it doesn't end up in the minutes. Rachel looked at me like, what?